Good morning, everyone, and you're very welcome to this international symposium, which I think is a really exciting opportunity to give some thought and listen to the thoughts of others about how we might build a culture of prosperity for all, compassion for all, and contribute to the already developing peace that we have here. Welcome back everyone who joined us yesterday, and a particular welcome to those of you who have joined us for the first time today. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say you're in for a treat. Just as a quick recap of yesterday, we heard from Dr. Eugen Coe, who is going to join us live today with much more talk and interaction, which I'm really pleased about. Yesterday, Eugen laid out his theoretical base for understanding culture and indicated to us some of the sensitivities and difficulties of creating and even talking about culture in Northern Ireland or the north of Ireland and the border counties. So delighted Eugen is going to develop those thoughts further with us today. We had some really good feedback from participants and groups of people who had engaged with Eugen, and they threw out some challenges to us to think about how equality of culture and tradition does not mean I think the phrase was the elimination of other cultures. And one participant who actually challenged us to think, are we capable of change? So I think we probably want to think around that today as well. In addition to Eugen, today we will be looking at what's newish to Northern Ireland, which is a changing ethnic diversity here, and how we have great opportunity to make that really thriving and vital and integrated for us. And then we're going to look at some particular examples and exemplars of how we could change and improve some of our structures and systems. And we will hear from Andy, who's a near neighbour in Leeds. And then we go slightly further afield and hear from some restorative practice in Pittsburgh in the USA with Mary and Judge Lucas. So it's a very packed day. I'm going to exit now and let Declan begin to take you through what I hope you find stimulating and enjoyable. Thanks very much, everyone.
Joe, thank you, and we'll see you later as well at the end of the day. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day two. My name is Declan Harvey, if you weren't here yesterday, and I'll be trying my best to step us through what is, as Joe indicated, an awful lot to get through in the next few hours. One thing that struck me yesterday was a comment by one of the participants. He said that during the COVID era, we've all become quite accustomed to the term bubbles and creating bubbles and living in bubbles. But actually, we're at the point of this process, after 3 years of the dialogues about race and ethnicity, that we have to start getting out of the bubbles. Today, we very much pivot towards practical, tangible steps that we can take wherever we live and work in order to make change. I'm on buzzword watch today. I think if we start hearing stuff like compassion and care and peace building and all that, my job today will try and be to delve a bit deeper. What exactly do we mean by that? It's very easy to use these words, but I think we should be much more specific than that. What are we talking about when we are using these phrases? You can comment. It was so useful yesterday getting your input. Not just questions, but your reflections. Some of the questions we could answer. Some of them were more rhetorical, but useful all the same. In the window you're watching us on, just down below us, if you scroll down, you'll see a blue tab. It says Ask a Question. If you click on that, that's where you can type anything you want, a question or a comment. And you may want to do that as you listen to our first speaker this morning. Later, we'll be going back to Tenerife, as Joe said, to Leeds, also to Pittsburgh. But we start today by saying good evening to Melbourne and to Eugen Coe, who rejoins us. Eugen, psychiatrist and psychoanalytic psychotherapist, which is a title that we can all aspire to someday. That is a great title. Eugen, good evening to you. Yesterday we heard about your work with the Aboriginal communities in the Central Desert, and really your base theories on culture. And I think it struck a chord when you spoke about it being like a soil and a plant, and even if you transplant the plant itself into new soil, a certain amount of their old soil, their old culture comes with them. But today we're going to move it on a little bit and see how we can put some of the learnings into practice. So from the banks of the Lagan in Belfast to you in Melbourne, it's all yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Declan. Thank you very much. I'm trying to get up my talk so I can get on to it. Thank you very much. So good morning. Thank you for inviting me to speak at your conference. Some years ago, I began working with the Aboriginals in the Central Desert of Australia, as I spoke to you about yesterday. They taught me that culture is like the cradle that holds us. They know how important culture is because they have been dispossessed of their culture by colonization. The Aboriginals told me that the aspect of their culture that makes them strong is their family, or more specifically, their kinship system. It is a system that carefully set out their relationships, which include their responsibilities to each other, and also to the natural world of flora and fauna, and to the land. They also told me that sometimes their kinship system is also a problem. For example, if a member of their kin committed a crime, they have without question an obligation to protect and fight for this person, regardless of the situation. Yes, I've come to learn from these Aboriginals that culture is the cradle that holds us. But the word hold can mean either support and care, or it can have a hold on us. Yeah? Hold can either mean support and care, or it can have a hold on us. It causes us to be stuck. It can support and nourish us like the soil to a plant, but it can also cause us to become stuck in a particular way that might not be helpful to a new situation. So such a holding might no longer be supportive, but binding. It causes us to become stuck in our ways. Well, it is okay to be stuck in a good way, but I'm sure you agree that if we are stuck in a bad way, we've got a problem. Culture is so important, but it can also become a problem. During my first visit to Belfast in 2008 for a conference, that was my first time I came to Belfast, I met John Lord Alderdice, who, like myself, is a psychiatrist and psychoanalytic psychotherapist, who some might remember was the first speaker of Stormont after the end of conflict. I invited him to Australia to speak at a conference that I had organized, and he learned about my work with the traumatized Aboriginal communities and invited me to come to Northern Ireland to work with him on peace building, in particular to talk about culture. So I've been coming to Northern Ireland regularly since 2015, and each time I've taken every opportunity to talk about art, culture, conflict, peace building, and trauma. As you can imagine, one person that I talked to suggested I should talk to this other person. And so I got to talk to people at Tides and Bryson. And here I am talking to you. So I would like to share with you what I've learned and thought about from facilitating a series of focus group discussions on culture and peace building organized by Bryson. For the past 5 months, almost on a weekly basis, at this very same time, actually, on the Thursday evening, 8 p.m. in Melbourne, Australia, and 9 a.m. in Belfast. Now, I've connected with 3 groups of people here in Northern Ireland through Zoom for about 1 to 1.5 hours each time, talking about culture. Before I go on, I want to acknowledge the contribution of those 28 participants. They've taken part in good faith, and they brought with them a great deal of experience and wisdom, and good humor too. They brought a generosity of spirit and goodwill and courage, and it has been an honor and a privilege to work with them. I have come to understand that in Northern Ireland, it takes courage to talk about your own culture. One of the recurring themes throughout this series of meetings was how culture has been weaponized and politicized in Northern Ireland. I was so naive when I first came here and gave a talk about cultural change. A man in the audience protested, "I'm happy with my culture, it doesn't need to change." Another said he disagreed with any suggestion of a homogenized culture. I was a little puzzled as I had not suggested anything like that. But it turned out that there is a terrible fear that if we have a homogenized culture, it will be dominated by the majority culture, and the minority culture will be soon wiped out. So many people have told me that it is almost impossible to have a conversation about culture in Northern Ireland without it becoming so politicized that it becomes stuck. We talk about power, identity, and rights. So this series of meetings were in fact some sort of experiment to see if we can talk about culture without becoming stuck. Well, I'd like to begin by telling you something about the 3 groups. The first group consisted of 10 participants who were all staff of either Tides or Bryson, and most of them have been involved in facilitating discussion groups in the community. They were, if you like, my trial or practice group. There were 6 women and 2 men in this group. The second group consisted of 8 men and 4 women. All of them were community leaders, including a few who were ex-combatants or ex-prisoners. The third group consisted of 6 civic leaders, 5 women and 1 man, including representatives from faith organizations. All 3 groups consisted of participants from the 3 broad groups in Northern Ireland: Protestant, Catholic, and either non-aligned or other faith or no faith. In proportions, they are somewhat reflected the distribution in the general population, with perhaps a slightly greater percentage of Protestants. So there were approximately 50% Protestant, 35% Catholic, and 15 to 20% non-aligned or either. Now, I began with each group a brief outline of my understanding of culture and framework that I've developed from my experience of working with the Aboriginals in the Central Desert. As Declan said, I recorded a version of it and was shown to you yesterday. So I hope some of you had the opportunity to see it. If you missed it, or perhaps you can try to access it. As I have only limited time, I will not repeat what was in that recording. The participants in the 3 groups ended their first sessions by being given a homework. I asked them to consider a scenario. I'd like you to imagine that we are starting a new Northern Ireland on planet B, and each of you are being asked to bring some of your culture with you. There's only enough room for 3 pieces of luggage. It is recommended that in the first luggage, you pack a culture that will help you to feel comforted and secure if you fall ill, stressed, and traumatized. In the second, please pack a culture that will help you to relate to people from a different background to yours. In the third luggage, please pack some of your cultural substrates or ingredients and instruments that we can use to build a new culture together. I was very impressed how seriously all the participants took their homework. Many commented on how they pondered on their culture all week, during which as to which culture to bring and which to leave behind. So I invite you to reflect for yourself if you could relate to any of the things that the group shared with me. Now, please take note that I'm asking people to bring aspects of their culture. This exercise is not about building a totally new culture, but about examining your culture and strengthening it. It is not about pulling the house down, but about doing some renovation and perhaps building some extensions, making the house better and bigger. So let's begin. In the first group, on the culture that will help them to feel comforted and secure when unwell, stressed, or traumatized, many suggested that having a cup of tea with family and friends can be very assuring. There was a general agreement that sharing of food is always nice and connecting. One of the participants said she will bring her faith. Another said more specifically, prayers. A few people said their faiths and rituals are very anchoring for them, which is especially important at turbulent times. One participant wanted to bring her tendency to question things and not simply accept things as they might appear in order to feel safe. Another wanted to bring aspects of a culture that encourages her creativity and imagination, helping her to think outside the box. On the second luggage, that packed aspects of the culture that help them to relate to others different from them. Many spoke about the importance of an open mind and respecting difference, mindful about exerting dominance, exchanging stories, and of course, sharing food and hospitality again. Someone spoke about bringing an attitude, an attitude that regularly asks, what can I do for you? Now, in their third luggage, packing experiences, values, and assumptions, ingredients that could be used to build new culture. They included honesty, authenticity, true to oneself, be genuine, be patient. A couple of them added negotiation skills and sensitivity. Another said real equality, really listening to each other. Another, a belief that we all have to get along. One participant said, it would be nice if we could just start with the assumption that everyone is good, not the other way around. After addressing the scenarios as to what to take with them, the group was interested in talking about what they wanted to leave behind. One said that she wanted to leave behind that culture that doesn't want to change. Another said class structure. Another, blind obedience. Another, culture that excludes, like the misuse of flags and emblems. Many spoke about how they didn't want to bring the tendency to pigeonhole people in their boxes by making assumptions about their background or assuming which side they are on. Now, I was very impressed by all the thoughtful responses from the participants in this first group. Theirs were almost textbook responses to change culture for peace building. But I shouldn't have been surprised, as they were all seasoned workers who had been working in this field for many years. They were, however, surprised that the discussions on culture were stimulating and hopeful and didn't become politicized as they had previously experienced. The next group, consisting of community leaders, I thought would be more challenging, as I expected that they would be more political, but they were not. Now, I understand you've seen a recording of their responses to their discussion with me. Now, I would like to tell you what happened in some detail to give you a sense of what the discussion was like. The first session was much the same as it was in the third group, except the time was needed there was extra time needed for introductions and settling in, as most people didn't know each other. That session ended just as it did with the first group, being given the scenario of starting again a new Northern Ireland, again on Planet B. The second session began with the participants engaging with the exercise and sharing a wide range of responses. When contributing to the discussion of culture that helped them feel comforted and secure, ideas included the blueprint of the British welfare state that they want to bring with them. It's a bit hard to put in the luggage, but they will add them. Artifacts that celebrate their culture. Literature and education. Membership of a like-minded people, a brotherhood, a fraternity. The culture of Christmas and its emphasis on family. And values such as fairness, honesty, and respect. Now, a final contribution added the ability to laugh at ourselves. They want to bring that with them. Very important, they said. Humor. It contributes to resilience. Someone recalled a program on the Nazi death camps and how humor helped some of the Jews to survive. There is a saying, I think, that in some situations, things are so bad that we don't know if we should laugh or cry. There was much humor as we talk about Irish jokes and how an Irishman would often be accepting of such humor. I was told, despite all the seriousness of the troubles, the Irish are quite light-hearted underneath. Well, I'm sure you would agree with me. That's the case too that I found. Also, an important aspect of the Irish culture is the humor at the wake, they say. Someone said. You know it is a good wake when there is a lot of laughter. We recall the funny things in that person's life. I added that each culture has a unique sense of humor, and one can usually discover one's own tribe, so to speak, by seeing who is laughing with you. Also, one feels safer among those who laugh with them. Someone reminded us of an important aspect of the Irish culture is to make someone feel welcome. And there is a traditional Irish saying, which I cannot pronounce, but I'll give it a go. It's called "Say me fail," I think, which means 100,000 welcomes. So I was subsequently told that the humor at the wake is a way to help a stranger to the community feel welcome. I mentioned to the group that I was surprised no one brought up sharing a cup of tea, which was a common response of another group. There was general agreement that this would be a useful addition. Now, this led to the discussion on food and cuisine. And someone said, well, north of the border or south of the border, the Irish breakfast is the same. Now, there were some misgivings about fries, but there was general agreement that the cooked breakfast was very much the same all over Ireland, north or south of the border. There was also agreement that the sharing of a meal was something that would make people feel safe. The discussion on commonality didn't last long, as attention turned to differences in music, especially musical instruments. The Northern Irish Protestant drum, the lembe, is distinctly different from the bodhrán, the Celtic Irish drum, I was told. My mind drifted briefly to the song by Linda Ronstadt and the Stone Pony, The Different Drum, which begins with, "You and I travel to the beat of a different drum." Now, I've checked the designs of the two drums on the internet. The Lembe certainly looks different from the Boran. Their resonances, the sound, are different too. But I wonder, however different these two drums were, could their beats, could their rhythm be at least in sync, at least on some occasions? The third session went straight into the heart of the matter. Culture in the context of Northern Ireland is more complex than what you hear in the media and what you read, I was told. There is the issue of class. During the conflict, the working class fought more for their culture than the upper or middle class. I wondered out loud about the complex relationship between culture and religion. One said it's difficult to generalize, as for some people, their culture is more intertwined with religion, while others, it is more related to social class. There is a fear of each other's culture in Northern Ireland, several people said. And when I inquired as to where have this fear come from, several people pointed out that the problems of segregated education and segregation in general. More than 90% of Northern Ireland still live in segregated areas, I was told. One of the most significant passages of discussion throughout this series of meetings was on language. A major issue is the question of the Irish language and who owns the language, someone said. Several participants from the Protestant background shared their personal experiences of being excluded from using the Irish language. One was specifically told by nationalists at a public meeting that he did not have the right to use the language. Most participants from the Protestant community expressed an interest, though, in the Irish language. There was a strong agreement among them all that the Irish language has often been weaponized to exclude and diminish those from the Protestant culture. One expressed concern that the Irish language is being used to obliterate his culture. The example cited was the naming of places and institutions, like the proposal to rename the Queen's University. Participants from the Catholic background emphasized no one should be excluded from using the Irish language, nor should it be used to exclude anyone. It belongs to all the people. The weaponization of language is part of a broader politicization of culture, I think, which is a recurring theme throughout the discussion during this third session. One participant put it succinctly. In Northern Ireland, culture is used as a weapon by both sides of the communities, leaving us with fear of the other. It seems to me both sides appear to be operating under a zero-sum psychology. I explained to the group that a zero-sum psychology is a mentality where there can only be one winner and the other is a loser. Or, if the other is a winner, I'm the loser. If one culture is deemed important, the other must, by implication, be less important or unimportant. There is no possibility of both being equally important. There is no possibility of both sides being winners or both sides being losers. So if the Irish language is used to name a place, the implication is either the English language is not important or vice versa. It seems that one language must replace another rather than coexist with equal respect and importance. Such is the zero-sum mentality. The possibility of coexistence, win-win situation, is not entertained. The zero-sum mentality is also a two-party mentality. It is unable to accommodate the third or others. Now, two of the participants were relatively new migrants to Northern Ireland. Their participation brought into awareness of the others in Northern Ireland that are not aligned to either the Protestant or the Catholic faith. It highlights the existence of a domain of culture in Northern Ireland that is outside the two historic groupings. I understand that this third group has grown significantly in the past 20 years since the end of conflict and could be contributing to the creation of a new so-called Northern Irish culture, a mix of all three groupings. The fourth session was open up for any follow-up on what had been discussed so far. One participant raised the issue of segregated education and the problems it created. It led to a discussion on the selective teaching of history in respective schools. All agreed on the importance of history. History, as one said, whether you like it or not, shape us into who we are. The question of contested history was raised. But there is only one slice of history, he said, but there can be two or more interpretations. Facts stand for itself. The discussion returned to the teaching of history in Northern Ireland. No one taught us the history of Northern Ireland, only about the mainland, about the kings and queens. We were not taught about the First World War. Another Protestant added, we were only taught about 1066, but not about Willie McBride. A Catholic participant asked, quite sensitively, why the headstones of Unionist veteran graves from the First World War were not attended to, and whether this was widespread. Several Protestants in the group said that it was widespread and spoke of how that part of Northern Ireland history has sadly been neglected. When I asked why, their responses included, it was a dirty history. Too many truths have been hidden in our history. There is a whole history that affects us, though. Whether it is from a unionist or a nationalist point of view, it affected us and it should be taught. The significance of the First World War in Northern Irish history did not occur to me until some weeks after that meeting. Specifically, it was the last time men from both north and south of the border fought together and not against each other, as many would in the Civil War and for the next 100 years. I wonder if there was a version of Northern Ireland history that began 100 years ago in 1921, with all that occurred prior to that year being subsumed under British history. And then there is another version of history in the Catholic communities that is traced back to ancient Celtic history. If I have understood correctly, the dominant British version of the First World War did not give due acknowledgement to the Irish sacrifice, and Ireland had to assert their contribution through a great deal of documentation after the independence. I wonder if the Northern Irish Protestant contribution has been and continues to be neglected, as suggested by the neglect of their veteran graves. I feel there is an unspoken sadness about this, a terrible sadness, that the lack of recognition for their terrible loss among the Protestants in the group. A discussion on culture would be quite incomplete without explicitly addressing the issue of cultural identity, especially in Northern Ireland. The participants in the meeting were reluctant to engage in what they viewed as politicization of cultural identity that reduces them to who they are, to only green and orange. The discussions that emerged over these 4 meetings demonstrated that their sense of identity is much more complex, especially for the participants from the Protestant communities. I have been wrong to form the impression that people from Protestant communities, Unionists and Loyalists, see themselves as only British. Such a reductionistic view is an oversimplification that may have been influenced by the political conversation that I have had. These meetings here, particularly in the discussion about language, told me that there are Protestants who want to reclaim their Irish heritage. It is quite possible that there are Protestants who could trace a pure lineage to the plantation era and will continue to see themselves as only British. Even they, I think, would have absorbed some aspects of the Irish culture in the way most migrants do. I'm beginning to think that the Protestant in Northern Ireland as having dual cultural citizenship or heritage. But again, I could be wrong. I'm still learning, so tell me. But if this is so, to deny them of the Irish cultural heritage will be to rob them of a part of themselves. From my limited understanding, I see that they have been denied by both their Irish cousins who weaponize their culture to exclude them, as well as their British cousins who demand an allegiance for political expediency without consideration of their own cultural complexity and richness. I think this short series of discussion was quite successful in having both Protestant and Catholic community leaders explore their respective cultures together in considerable depth. It was made possible by the creation of a safe and supportive space, the courageous and generous spirits of the participants, and their ability to resist the politicization of culture, which too often lead to fear and paralysis. The third group of civic leaders was a small group of only 6. A few representatives of political parties were invited, but they expressed interest but did not attend. The participants of this group also responded to the scenarios given with interest. And much of what they said had already been said, so I will not repeat them. This group, however, articulated something quite important that has not been said explicitly in the previous 2 groups. Right from the outset, the issue of who was included or excluded was on the table. A youth leader welcomed the opportunity to be included in these meetings, but highlighted how the youth are generally excluded from the political process or discussion about the future of Northern Ireland. Many have felt so disillusioned that they have disengaged from the political process or indeed any process. They are lost. There seemed to be a disconnect between those who went through the troubles and those who were born afterwards. I thought to myself, the high rates of suicides among the youth and the impact of transgenerational trauma in Northern Ireland. The youth leader reiterated comments from the older generation like, I went through the conflict, what do you know about trauma? Now, I have heard similar comments told in Northern Ireland, just as I have heard from many children and grandchildren of survivors of Jewish Holocaust and the Cambodian killing fields back in Melbourne. The generation that suffered directly often have no idea or dismiss the suffering of the generation that followed them. This is what happened in transgenerational trauma. The leader from a Muslim faith expressed frustration that those who do not identify themselves as either Catholic or Protestant are not included in any ongoing Northern Irish narrative. These comments highlighted who are excluded. They also raised the important question, where can those who are not aligned fit in to what has been exclusively a binary narrative? She cited the example of how a Hindu man was killed, and the media was only concerned if he was by a Protestant or a Catholic, with no concern for what happened to the man or his family. The presence of the non-aligned participants highlight again how they struggle to find a place in the Northern Irish narrative. There seems to be an automatic assumption that since the dominant narrative is one of conflict, it will always be. Is there? Or can there be a narrative that goes beyond conflict? The generosity and goodwill of this small third group was so strong that I decided to set them a challenge for their third and last session. I asked them to bring something about their culture that was either too difficult to talk about, or indeed unspeakable, or perhaps almost unspeakable, as I wanted them to speak about them. They did not shy away from that challenge. Now, given the condition of confidentiality, with the understanding that what has been shared will not be repeated outside the focus group, I will only discuss what was shared in general terms without personal attribution as to who said what. The first unspeakable was the things that happened during the conflict, which included killings and other unlawful acts. My mind turned to the exhibition Silent Testimony of Colin Davidson, which I saw at the Ulster Museum in 2015. I recall his moving images, large portraits of people who lost someone through sectarian killings. But it was the painting of Jean McConville, Clutching a Pillow by Paddy McCann, at the Metropolitan Art Centre that still unsettles me to this day. I've often pondered on the possible impact of the disappearance of people during the conflict on the whole population of Northern Ireland over those 3 decades. Even though only 16 people were recorded as disappeared, the thought that anyone can just disappear would drive a deep fear in the communities. The second unspeakable was the violence against women, not only during the conflict, but it is still happening, and it remains too difficult to talk about. This was raised by a few women in the group, and the rest of the group was quick to nod in quiet agreement, perhaps reflecting the continuing difficulty in speaking about it. The third unspeakable was suicide. The group struggled to talk about it. They didn't know what to say except to acknowledge that it is a problem. I understand that the suicide rate in the 2 decades since the end of conflict has consistently been 3 times higher than during and before the conflict. And I've been told more than once by many workers that I've spoken to in recent years here in Northern Ireland that more people have died by suicide since the conflict than older people during the conflict. This third group demonstrated how such a high level of mutual trust and goodwill can enable them to bring up the unspeakables of their culture. It confirmed my belief that if a safe and supportive environment can be created, such frank discussion of considerable depth can take place. Now, I'd like to finish now by concluding that this series of meetings has demonstrated that if it is carefully constructed, starting with the appreciation of the strength of your culture, especially those that makes you feel safe, the conversation will find itself moving into territories that most have otherwise found it extremely difficult. The organizers of this conference asked me to say something about how I imagine as to where to from here. How might you build what has been achieved so far? Many people in Northern Ireland I've spoken to have told me that the peace is fragile and peace building in many areas have become stuck, held back, it seems, by cultural factors. In order to address cultural issues or to change culture, we need to talk about culture. And because culture is a phenomenon that consists of shared experiences and shared consciousness, we need to talk about it together. We need to examine it together and imagine it together. What new and more helpful culture might look like. So begin by talking together among your own kind to examine your own culture. Then compare notes together across the divides and learn something new. Then return to your own tribe again and consider your culture again with these new insights. And back to talking across the divides and so forth. We will need to do this in small groups, like the meeting described here in this presentation. We are more likely to create a safe space, a space that is sufficiently safe and supportive. It's important to address difficult and painful subjects. I have conducted about 20 of these meetings here in Northern Ireland, or maybe a little bit more. I would like to facilitate 100 of these small group discussions over the next few years, if it is possible and supported. Once a critical number of people have been reached, such conversation could possess a life of its own and proceed more informally without them being staged. I would like to imagine that this talk about culture could take a national conversation, could reach a national conversation, where culture is not taken for granted and it is not confused with tradition, and where it can be critically examined with the aim of highlighting and fostering culture that promotes and sustains peace building. Such a societal-wide conversation will necessarily involve the media, the civil society, and across all sectors, societies, communities, and government. Now, this is not a wild idea. In Australia, we have for 1 week each year a national conversation. It is led by the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, the ABC, the equivalent of the BBC. And the ABC would focus all their programming during that week on that topic. And so far it has been on mental health. And then community organizations from civil societies and increasingly from governments join in with their own programs during that week. And everyone will think about, talk about, and consider mental health issues broadly. So a societal-wide conversation can be achievable. The aim of this conversation is not about talking about culture for culture's sake. It is about creating a Northern Irish narrative, not a totally new narrative or culture, but a narrative that goes beyond conflict, a narrative that goes beyond the Protestant-Catholic divide, a narrative that is inclusive of the third, across faith, across generations, and across politics. It will be a narrative that will embrace lost parts of history and one that embraces differences as much as commonality. I would like to imagine a compassionate and peace-building narrative. I have learned a lot from these discussions about culture. And one of the things I've learned is that if you start with politics, you'll likely not get anywhere. But if you start with culture, you will never know where it could take you. As for my part, I am an outsider to Northern Ireland. I come to you with an attitude not as an expert, but as someone who is ignorant about your culture, but someone who is interested in your culture. The Aboriginals explain to each other, really. So whenever I visit them, they will tell each other, he's here to help us talk about what is too painful, too sad, too shameful, and too angry to talk about. I hope to find, when I come to you, I hope to find in my luggage an aspect of your Irish culture, the aspect that says, I will not leave you stuck. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Eugen, thank you very much. In the absence of a room full of people listening to you closely, this is the point where we would applaud. It's a little bit strange in the pandemic era, but I'm sure people have been given lots to think about by what you've said. There's a couple of things I'd love to pick out, and I'd invite everyone watching from wherever they are watching to please don't lose this opportunity to put something to Eugen or to ask a question. It's the blue tab underneath the window in which you're watching us. It'll say ask a question, put it in there, and it will appear here. I want to start with one of those questions, Eugen, if that's all right. You have spoken about people taking parts of their culture to a different place, and you say there are three elements of that if they were to take with them, they should think about what those three elements are. Can I put that to you? If you were to transplant yourself into a different culture, what are the three parts of your culture that you would take with you?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you. It's a funny thing. Thanks for your question, Declan. I didn't expect that question, but as a migrant, I had to take some parts of my culture with me. The funny thing is that when we go to a new place, we just go, right? We don't think about bringing our culture, and then later we do. But of course, the first thing that we often think about are the food that we missed, the food that comfort us, the things that comfort us. Because when we go to a new place, it's very challenging. And I find comfort in food, particularly familiar food that we grew up with. So that's one thing. And the second thing that I would like to bring from my culture is one of a welcome, a concern for the other. Now, this again relates to food. I have shared with some of the group members that in the town that I come from, we have a very peculiar greeting. In the West, you always greet each other as good morning, good day. In the town I come from, when we meet each other, we ask each other, have you eaten yet? And because if you have not eaten, it is my responsibility to make sure you have. So a care for another, a concern for another, a care for another is my second part. And the third is an openness, a value, and that we hopefully don't make too many assumptions. And it is with that openness that I bring to all my work when I go to another culture. So my attitude, this is what I like to bring the third. My attitude is, I am ignorant. I'm ignorant about your culture. If I'm going to come and live in your country, I need to take on some of your culture. I need to understand your culture. So I'm ignorant, so teach me. And I'm interested, teach me, tell me, share with me. So that we can then co-create perhaps some new culture.
Let me talk a little bit about your technique when you are facilitating these dialogues in Northern Ireland or elsewhere. Because we are expecting those who've taken part in the dialogue about race and ethnicity here to hopefully go on and become community hosts and champions. On a very practical level, what is your technique when you walk into a room full of people you haven't met? You proclaim yourself to be ignorant but interested, but I'm sure there's a lot going on in your mind. You're very conscious of how you are appearing, what you are asking. Can you step us through a little bit of that technique?
Okay. Well, firstly, I have to abandon anything that I'm conscious about myself. If I'm too conscious about myself, if I'm too concerned about how I come across, then I got a problem that I'm not able to focus on those in the room. But I would make sure that understand or know who's in the room and be mindful of every single person in the room and keep them in mind. So I would watch them. I would particularly look for signs of discomfort or agitation, and to make sure that they're not left out, they're not forgotten. So, but then I try to make them feel safe by addressing particularly the things that are not safe. Often when things that are not safe, we try to push them aside. But my approach is to confront the things that are not safe. We have to face them head on and deal with that, because only then we will make things safe. Because otherwise, if we pretend that everything is can be forgotten or ignored, then how if we collude with avoiding the difficult subject or things that don't make us feel safe, then I'm of no use to them. So I see myself as to be, in order to be of some use to them, I need to not collude with any secrecy or avoidance. I need to engage with them as as an outsider, and continue to challenge them. I'm not sure if I that's enough, or I keep going.
No, it's interesting. It's interesting, and I think it takes it from the theoretical into the practical, because we can read these reports and do these courses, but ultimately, if we are expected to or want to influence change in our communities, then any kind of practical advice, I think is useful. Questions have started to come in. Thank you for them, and please don't hesitate to click on the blue tab below the screen, and I'll put them to Oregon straight away. Let me go to one that's come in. They may not be in any specific order, forgive me for that, but we'll just jump in as and when they arrive. This one, Oregon, says, when co-creating, how do we ensure all the pressure isn't put on the minority groups, but that they are included and supported to enable inclusion and a sense of belonging?
The way I see it is, the key word is responsibility. If we are co-creating, it is the responsibility of the majority groups to include the minority group. But it is also the responsibility of the minority group to participate, to take up the challenge. Now, you might say that the minority group often feel disempowered, and it is the responsibility of the majority group to empower them. So it is a process, in the true process of co-creating, all partners are responsible for each other. Because if we are really participating in the project of co-creating, we either succeed together or we sink together. So we are responsible to keep each other afloat and be and participate and co-create together. So it is, if you like, a shared and collective responsibility.
Let's go to this question from Patrick. He says, in our modern multicultural environment, would it be better, and he's talking specifically, I think, about Northern Ireland here, he said, would it be better to stop focusing on trying to understand the Protestant, Catholic, green-orange cultures, but focus on embracing all cultures for a more valuable shared experience by all? Really, he's asking, are we too narrow in maybe what we define or consider as inclusiveness?
Yeah, I agree. I agree that it is narrow and interesting. As I said, in the second group, the community leaders resisted the reductionistic tendency to reduce simply to orange and green. There are many different shades, and so I think it is. But as I speak, I'm also sensitive to the danger, though, of ignoring the orange and green. That even though they may be reductionistic, there's a lot of history there. There's a lot of wealth of wisdom and strength and richness and heritage. So my concern is sometimes when we talk about multiculturalism, the tendency is to have the assumption that the dominant culture must be put down, or the historically dominant culture must be put down. Now that creates a problem, and this is the tension that we see everywhere, whether we're talking about United States or anywhere, between if you want to create a new culture, how to integrate. The key word is integration. How to integrate between the new culture, the migrant culture, and how to continue to assure the old historic dominant culture that still has a place. Yeah, we're not wiping the slate totally clean and building again, but the historic dominant culture has a place. The challenge is how to work together to find that place.
There is an argument that some of the work that has been done between the orange and green communities in Northern Ireland over the last couple of decades should possibly have achieved more by this stage, and now is an opportunity to start having conversations with the new communities who have been coming to Northern Ireland. People may or may not agree with that, but is it practical to start moving on to have dialogues with these newer communities if in fact the problems with the green and orange issue hasn't been put to bed, or do they just need to coexist as two dialogues?
I think they are parallel dialogues.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing that some of the dialogues that we had in these meetings that we just had, that I've spoken about, that the presence of the minority communities or the new communities actually helped the historic communities to look at their culture in a different way. Yeah? I think the dynamics of the group, the presence of the third actually enable or resisted the tendency for us to just go to the two communities. You follow?
Yeah, so it shakes things up a little.
Yeah. So therefore there are parallel dialogues going on all the time. I don't think it's one or the other.
It's a great question from Joe, who's watching. How do we ensure the support and care for those in a group brave enough to speak the unspeakable?
How do we support them?
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing, I assume what Joe was saying is it's one thing to kind of invite people to say the unspeakable or things that they wouldn't say in another context. But what do you do once they've said it? What responsibility is on you as the facilitator?
Oh, my responsibility as a facilitator is very great, is to ensure that the group is able to hold it. The group is able to support it. I would not have brought it up if I didn't think the group is able to support each other. So it was a remarkable group. They got there very quickly. Some groups will take many meetings before they can get to a point where they are willing to support each other in talking about the unspeakable. But I was also very impressed in all the three groups, how quickly they move to really appreciate each other, support each other. The generosity that was there is quite remarkable. So the answer to the question is that the group itself is important, but I also think that the individuals, if the individuals were to be encouraged to talk, they need to be supported outside the group as well, not just in the group, but outside the group. So if I know that I'm going to pursue, so when the matters were brought up, I didn't push it further or more detail. If I were going to do that, I would need to set up or make sure that the people will be supported ongoingly outside the group.
Please don't be listening to this with a question in your mind that you think, I'd kind of like to ask that, but I dare not. These are really helpful, the questions that we're getting. So if you're watching this, click the Ask the Question button and put your comment or question in there, and we'll put it to Oregon in the next couple of minutes. Can I pick out a theme that you touched on? This idea that communities that have experienced trauma regress somewhat. And part of that regression is that they, and I'm going back to one of your articles that you wrote, you said that in these collectives of people, they return to a pattern of group functioning. For example, an increased blind dependency on their leaders. Now, the P word, politicians, has come up already today. It came up yesterday. We have Stormont or local assembly elections next year. Talk to me about our blind dependency on politicians and how, or whether we should challenge that. And if we do need to challenge that in ourselves and in our communities, how do we do it?
Well, I think firstly, can I say a little bit more about this blind dependency?
You sure can.
We have a very good example with Donald Trump, that the 72 million people who voted for him is able to put aside everything else. Yeah? I'm amazed that they're able to put aside everything else and to have a blind dependency on him. Everything that he said or done doesn't matter. It is, in that sense, it's dangerous because he's almost therefore untouchable by this group of people. So the blind dependency is necessary because in these regressed groups, they cannot think for themselves. As I've indicated, in one of the things that happens is there is an impairment of thinking. And if you can't think for yourself, you're like an infant. You are blindly dependent on your caregiver. And you don't question it. If you're a child, you don't even think about questioning because you desperately need them and you have no other alternative because you can't think for yourselves. That is a problem. So until people can think for themselves, until we reclaim and regain our ability to think, and the civil society has to do that. Representatives, leaders, other leaders have to reclaim the right to think for themselves and think for their communities. Otherwise, this blind dependency will always be there. Challenging the leaders itself can only go so far, but unless the communities themselves can think for themselves and come up with alternatives, this blind dependency will need to continue.
These conversations, you said, work best in small groups. So is there any place for larger groups, larger discussions? There have been talks, in fact, there were attempts in Northern Ireland at one stage, it didn't last very long, for a kind of civic forum. It was mentioned yesterday as well. Large kind of feedback sessions, big community-wide discussions. Do they have a role, or truly does this work best, and particularly in maybe the first instance, of small groups? And how small is a small group?
I'm inclined to start with a small group because of the delicateness and the need to keep things safe. And but once you reach a critical mass of people who can keep things safe and who can continue to maintain a safe, supportive environment, then you can increase the conversations to larger groups. And in terms of the size of a small group, it shouldn't be too small. I think I've indicated to Bryson initially that something between 10 to 15 people to a maximum of 20 could be accommodated, particularly if you're doing it through Zoom. That has another limitation too. But after a critical number of small groups, you can move to larger groups when you have people who understand the importance of support and sensitivities.
Let me bring you a couple more questions. This one from Des. He said, my question is, should we also question assumptions in our own respective cultures and challenge those who hold fixed positions?
Absolutely. In fact, this series of meetings that I presented is all about our own community. This is where we need to begin. We begin by examining our own communities. And that is one of the things that makes it safe. That we shouldn't be trying to start by talking about other people's community, commenting about other people's community. The view that I take is that you are the expert of your own community. So this is where one should start, with people of your own tribe, so to speak, and examine your own community, your own culture, before a discussion over the divide. I have to admit that when Bryson suggested to me that we should have cross-divide discussion over divide, I was a bit nervous. I think the discussion should begin with your own community, feel that it can be done safely, securely, and strengthen your own community, then have cross-community or cross-divides discussion.
Michael asks, how likely is it for migrant cultures within Northern Ireland to be able to have a lasting impact and influence on the change of culture here?
I think so. I think so. What can I say? Let's take one element of culture. Okay, an element of culture that is quite non-political, mostly. Probably the most non-political aspect of culture is food. So if you look at the food that you have in Northern Ireland today, particularly food, the cuisine that are brought in by the migrant culture, compare that to 20 years ago. If you see the change from 20 years ago to where you are today, the type of range of food that you have, and think in 20 years' time, how much more varied and interesting the food can be. Then you can imagine what the culture might be like if you really integrate them. If you enable a rich exchange and building together.
Yesterday we spoke about self-care. How do you manage your self-care, this idea of secondary trauma, burdening yourself with some of the concerns and stories that you're hearing? What's your process?
I think the most important thing is to realize that I'm not alone. Yeah? If you know you're not alone and you can talk to others, there will always be someone to talk to, someone to share your burden with. Then it becomes manageable. if you feel that you are alone, then then it becomes problematic. One of the problems is people who feel that they can save the world, they have a sense that they can do it alone, um, then we are at risk of burning out at best. So to have a community behind you, a community that shares and supports you, is very important. So, and that is the other reason why I suggest that we start with small groups, because small groups can sustain and support each other.
Organ, we're very grateful
Yeah.
for your time today. Leave us with one thought, though. In this sphere, in your experience, what is the one thing that you know for sure about all this?
My goodness. Well, the one thing I know for sure is the answer your question, Magdalene, is I have to think about it.
Fair enough. Good cop. Thank you very much. That's Dr. Organ Coe speaking to us from Melbourne. It's the end of the day where he is, but of course we are just starting off our Thursday here in Belfast. From all of us watching, thank you very much, Dr. Organ Coe. A really, really interesting chat, and I know you've been saying that on our message board as well. Fascinating discussion. Fabulous talk from Dr. Coe. You can keep those comments coming. We really do appreciate it, and it's all about dialogue, and that's in this Zoom era and this online era. That's how we're going to do it. We're going to pivot at this stage. What time is it? 20 past 10, and we're going to change our focus a little bit. There was a lot of talk and a lot of mention there about the green and the orange, and that is understandable. But we want to look now towards diversity and integration. And we're going to hear again from Melinda DeMott. We heard about her approaches to self-care yesterday. She was speaking to us from Tenerife. But she has done an awful lot of work with communities in transition, refugees, those seeking asylum. And she has a lot to tell us about that. The main strand of it, not to give too much away, is about early intervention and offering people the best start. Here is Melinda DeMott.
Melinda, please tell us about your work background and your professional experience.
Hey, my name is Melinda Ashley Meyer DeMott, and I live in Oslo, Norway. And I was born in California and came to Norway when I was 8 years old. I started working in psychiatry awards when I was around 18. It was way back in 1973. And my first education was that I became a psychiatric nurse. And then I went back to the United States and I took my master's degree at Lesley University in expressive arts and a minor in psychology. And after working there for 3 years, I went back to Norway. And then I went to Nicaragua and worked there in 1985 and ended up adopting my son from Nicaragua, and then went back to Norway. And in Norway, most of my work has been working with refugees since the end of the 80s, where I've been working and doing research and worked as an expressive arts psychotherapist with groups, mostly with groups with people from all over the world, because I worked at the Psychosocial Center for Refugees, which was a center for people who had experienced war trauma, but also most of our clients there were political refugees and have been tortured and been for at least 1 to 10 years in jail. So we developed group interventions of working with trauma clients. And it was, at the time in Norway, there was very, very few people who had any experience with working with refugees, with people from other cultures, and with war survivors. So we were pioneers in the field in the time. And then in the 90s, we had the Bosnian refugees, and that became my doctorate study where I followed 4 families for 14 years. And my doctorate is called Repatriation and Testimony, where I was made 2 documentary films where I saw the value of people telling the public their stories. And that was a way of them integrating themselves, of going from private to public, to be able to tell the world what they have been through and feeling that they can find their voice, that they had a voice, that they came out of the humiliation and shame and came to a sense of, this is my experience, this is my life, and this is what I want the public to know. So today I work at the University of Southeast Norway, and I'm also working as a professor at the European Graduate School in Switzerland, where I have a public health and peace building program. And I still continue doing research with unaccompanied minor refugee boys. So I think this has something to do with my background, that I moved at a very early age, and my question has always been, what is belonging and where is home? Yeah.
Yeah. So why do you think it is important to create a sense of purpose or a sense of hope for people who seek asylum or for people who have newly arrived in a different country?
Well, it's very complex, because when you're an asylum seeker, very often you're not coming to your country of choice. It's very often a coincidence where you end up seeking for asylum. And you're an exile. You're an exile from your culture, from the politics you're known for that were normal. So all your embodied knowledge of how you grew up, the way things were done in the kitchen to school, just from the learning, many of our refugees come from countries at war where freedom of speech is limited. And most of our schools in Europe are based on dialogue and brainstorming. And that's very scary for people who have had to repeat what the teacher says, and are fearful of coming in prison if they say something wrong. So everything's new. So we call this the liminal space. All knowledge that you had that made you safe has to be relearned. You have to learn how to walk again. So when you're in a reception center, you're in limbo, and it depends on your status. Some people know they've gotten asylum, but most people are unsure of the new normal. How am I going to live in this country? I don't know the language. I don't know the politics. I don't know the religion. I don't even know if I'm going to be received for who I am. So it's very scary. And most people, when they come, they are so scared. And the tendency is that they withdraw. And we all withdraw if we're scared. And because they've been done to, they're also not that, there's a disbelief that somebody wants to help them. So, but still, the arrival in a new country has a sense of hope. It's sort of like, wow, I've made it. I'm in a reception center. So there's this feeling of maybe there's a second chance. Maybe there's a third chance. And that's why it's so important to reach out immediately and say welcome, so that you don't lose that opportunity of an encounter, a good encounter. And yeah, and the way people remember this first meeting of being received, it's like it's an imprint for the rest of their life, if it's a dinner or if it's a flower. So it's amazing how much impact you can do if you have a good arrival meeting. Mm.
Melinda, I've heard you speak of people in the asylum system feeling like they're stuck in a waiting room, unsure if they're allowed to stay or made to go back to their homeland, which could be very dangerous. Can you tell us of what you have perceived in this condition, if this condition is let drift on?
Well, when I started working at the Psychosocial Center for Refugee, we were what you called a third line service. It meant that we weren't in the first line, second line, we were in the third. And by the time they were referred to us, they had maybe been in the country 1 or 2 years, and the PTSD symptoms of lack of concentration, sleeplessness, muscle pains in their body, just the whole sips, their whole bodies were in pain. And the isolation, the withdrawal, and it was so hard to help. It was so hard to reach them. And also this feeling that they were hopeless. They felt hopeless. They had no hope. So the longer you sit in a liminal space where you're in limbo, which a reception center is, and if the reception center doesn't normalize your life with everyday rituals, sort of how you get up in the morning, what you do, that they have activities that give you a role, a sense of purpose, to create a meaning, that you make your own food, that you buy the food, that you help to clean the center, and use your resources that you have. Some people may be carpenters, other people have a medical background, to find out what resources they have and put them into action and into role as fast as possible. Because then you create everyday rituals. You have to get up in the morning, you have to do something to create a good infrastructure in the home you're living in. And you have to recreate a sense of meaning, that I am actually a person here that means something for the collective, so that we can create a good society together, a community together. And that sense of community, of belonging, is so important. The sense of, I make a difference. I can contribute with something here. Now, if you're not given a role and you're just put in the waiting room and you're waiting and not contributing, everything becomes senseless and your senses close down. You begin to end up in a black hole where you see your past as black and your future is black, and the hopelessness really begins to attack your system. And then you don't reach out and ask for help. So you're disconnected, you're disengaged, you don't have a sense of having any control about your own life, and you really fall into a victim role, or a sense of, I'm dependent, I can't do anything to make a difference in my life. So the first thing is to do that you have some control, you have a role, you make a difference, you connect, you engage, and you contribute to the community you're living in, so that you're creating a new normal in an unpredictable space where you're actually not knowing anything about the future. We're in an unpredictable time. So refugees in this time, they're not only in their own unpredictable limbo space, but they're landing into new countries that are in limbo themselves. We're in a pandemic, we're in a collective trauma where we don't know what the new normal will be for our societies. So we have to all create within our community rituals, everyday rituals that create a sense of control and predictability to be safe. So, and it's possible. I think if you point it out, we all sense that, yeah, that gives a meaning. I have to get up in the morning and make breakfast. I have to get dressed so that I go into an action and do something. And then I can feel that I can, when I go to bed in the evening, I can let go and go to sleep and feel that I've done something. So that ritual during the day of a beginning, middle, and a closure and a reflection and a good feeling of that I've done something today gives a good night's sleep.
Yeah. Would you elaborate more on your experience of starting early interventions with new arrival that can sort of have a positive and preventative effect on long-term effects of isolation? So during a time where people are still waiting for their decision, and the decision being if they can stay here and start a new life, or if they have to return to the country they came from.
Well, when I was working at the psychosocial center in the third line, I was constantly as a psychotherapist saying, this is ridiculous. There must be something you can do so these people don't have to get this depressed and to become chronically mentally ill. So that's when we began to think that we have to go and work in the reception centers. We have to do early interventions. And the research today says the most important in the early interventions is to create engagement, contact, safety, and a sense of control that you can master something. And that again creates hope. So after working with refugees for 15 years, I began to interview them. What helped? What helped? What was the interventions you received that made a difference? And then I made a group intervention based on the knowledge I received from many of my former clients from both individual and group psychotherapy, but also community work. And it was the welcome, the sense of being received, but it was also creating together because they had no language, that they didn't know the language, but also many people that have been severe traumatized, they say, I don't have any words for what I experienced. My words don't do justice. So we began working with what we call low skill, high sensitivity, creating together. And the created act, it can be creating a picture, a mosaic together. But it's called the third. So you're actually in the group creating things together. But it can also be making food together, making bread together, making it, so you're shaping something together and you're giving it a reshaping and shaping. And we found that the arts is a universal language, and it works with all the senses. So it's what you're seeing. Everybody's seeing it from a different perspective, so they can, turn it around, see that nobody has a right perspective. And then you have that people can make music together, sound together, and it was a call and response, and it was very low skill. It could be something like ah, and then the other one went ooh. So this thing of playing, you got into playing together, and the kids were often part, and that the adults were able to engage and play again with the children was so healing, because it created laughter, it created a sense of being alive again, it created a sense of normality, and that you were creating this. It was the process of creating that was important, not the product. Now the product now and then could end up, even the loaf of bread could end up looking like it was a mountain, but it was the funness of creating it and sharing different knowledge. And I think this of creating is a normality of sharing. So how do you do this in your country? And how do we do it here? And this is very important, that immediately, people coming to new culture, they really need to know, how do you do things here? They need not only psychoeducation, what are the normal symptoms? Well, it's normal that you will have nights where you don't sleep, that you concentration, forgetting what you did yesterday, normal, so that these stress symptoms become known for them and that they say, oh, okay, so that's a normal reaction to a stressful situation. But also they need to know, like if I come to Ireland, I have to know, when do you eat dinner? When's the normal time to eat dinner? Uh, uh, how do you greet each other? But also, uh, what are the normal activities? For example, in Norway, people walk alone in the woods. Many people from other countries think that's weird. Why are they walking alone out there? Have they done something wrong? Are they punished? No, they love it. They just love it. That is calming and peaceful. So what is nice for some people and lovely is scary for others. So you really have to give them some culture insights, and if you have to know about it yourself. Things you think are normal can be absolutely absurd for others.
So this is my last question for you today. So why is it so important for host countries to provide, on top of everything you just said, also sufficient language classes for people who seek asylum?
Oh, well, I, language is, if you're going to be integrated anywhere, it's language. You have to learn the language. And why is that so difficult? And of course, children often learn the language fast. And that you change your identity when you learn the language, because there's, in the words, there's an action. And that's why it's very important to learn the language in action. And in the arrival centers, reception centers, wherever you are, you can put the language into the everyday activities and put words to what you're doing so that they get a sense of the language in action. Now, what happens is, why is there so resistant? Often you hear from refugees, I will not learn the language until I know if I get asylum. I'm gonna, my kids have to speak our language at home. Now, it's this, there's all research says, if there's gonna get mutual coexistence, if there's gonna be an integration, the first thing is language, and then it's also a role and work, activity, school, being engaged in the community, in the common room where everybody moves together. But the research also points out that if you learn a new language, you will lose your culture of origin. You will change. And I had a client from Chile who came in 1973, and he, because of Pinochet, he had to be in exile for almost 20 years, and he would not learn Norwegian. That was his fight against the dictatorship in Chile. I will not give up my identity. That he will never win. And that taught me something very important about how he was still fighting a war. And my mother, she was American, she also said the same. I'm not going to learn Norwegian. That's the last thing I have is my own language. But that also gave a split in the family. My sister and I learned Norwegian within 1 year and spoke Norwegian at home. And she didn't understand a word of what we were saying. So we could lie about everything. We could, have our own world going. So this whole thing of learning a language is a whole study in itself. And again, at the arrival center, talk with the asylum seekers or the newcomers about, just get into a dialogue about what are their thoughts about learning a new language. So, because it's going to expand their life, give the resources of being, but it's also, there's an underlying fear there about, will I lose the language I have and never learn a new language? Who will I be then? So, but language is the key. And I know it from my own experience. I would never be in Norway today if I didn't learn the language. I would have probably been for years ago back in the United States. But I had a choice. I could have gone back. Most refugees don't have a choice. And that's important. There's something about being in exile. You cannot leave if you don't like the country. So you have to learn how to walk and to have a life in the new world you're in. So, and that's why it's so important. My last words to health workers: help, don't do the work for people, but be a support and a guide and help them to have enough courage to learn the language, learn the culture, because there's a witness there who is encouraging you and saying that you're welcome. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Melinda, for speaking to us today. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me, and good luck.
Thanks to Melinda DeMott and also Lisa from Bryson for having that discussion with her. Eugen Coe said a little earlier, he made a reference about World War I being the last time that both sides of the divide on this island fought together. There was a comment that came in from Craig. He says, World War I was not the last time communities fought together. Many of our people have fought together for 100 years against the common enemies up to the present day. The common enemies of polarization, sectarianism, racism, xenophobia, apathy, despondency, etc. I think Eugen was talking militarily, but certainly you are not wrong to frame it that way, Craig, as well. Thank you very much. Anything you want to say, ask, or comment on, then hopefully you know how to do it by now. It's the Ask the Question blue tab right below this screen. Shall we return to some of the DARE participants? And when it comes to a dialogue about race and ethnicity, there's so much to ask the newer communities in Northern Ireland, and we give that job to Joe from Bryson. Here's how it went.
You're very welcome, everyone, this afternoon, and thank you for agreeing to participate in our discussions today. Maybe before we start, I could just ask people to briefly introduce themselves, how long they've been here and whereabouts you live in Northern Ireland, and what you're up to at the moment. Al, can we start with you?
Hello, my name is Ala Al-Bawab, and I'm a public services interpreter at the moment. I first came to Northern Ireland in 2000 or 2001, I think. And I've been here on and off throughout this time. Thank you.
Salwa.
My name is Salwa, and I'm originally from Yemen. I've been living here in Belfast for almost more than 4 years, and I am a human rights activist and professional design, professional also photographer, and I've been working with some trainings, and I've been a part of their program.
My name is Riham Abdul Karim. I'm a Palestinian journalist, and I moved to Northern Ireland 3 years ago. I'm based in Belfast now. Yeah.
You've got Munadel back. You got cut off in your prime, Munadel.
Yeah, my name is Mudel Bazara. I'm from Syria. I'm a refugee. I came to Northern Ireland 2018. I lived in Derry. I'm English language. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Demola, the 21st century comment, you're mute.
Oh, sorry. My name is Demola Bolajoko. I'm from Nigeria. I live in Belfast since 2018. I've been in, I was in Dublin before I came here as far back as 99. I work here with Home Plus, and I work with our women's group for 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, all, as I say again, for joining us. We haven't got a lot of time, so I want to cut directly to the conversation. And I'm just wondering if people would like to say a little bit about how they have felt being involved with the DARE programme. Has helped you gain an understanding of the place you've come to live, and whether it's helped you get a sense of understanding and belonging. Maybe Al, you'd want to start?
Yeah, sure. I enjoyed being part of the DARE project. I felt it was a great opportunity to network with other BME community members who face the same issues and challenges. It was really helpful to have you, Leah, as our instructor and facilitator, as she is from an immigrant minority herself. She knows and understands the issues of being a migrant and a minority. I enjoyed listening and reflecting upon all the different points of view, all my colleagues and team members who came from different diverse backgrounds. Generally speaking, this is one of the most important steps towards multicultural societies and coexistence and acceptance, and I believe so.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else like to comment about their own experience?
مناضل، السؤال الأول اللي احنا مطلوب منا تجاوبه إنه كيف حسيت برنامج دير اللي أنت كنت جزء منه اللي شاركت فيه؟ هل ساعدك إنك تفهم أكثر، تعرف أكثر عن طبيعة البلد، سواء في فهم بعض في الأمور اللي بتتعلق بالمجتمع اللي أنت عايش فيه، وكمان في الأمور اللي بتتعلق بالاندماج المجتمعي أو الانخراط في هالمجتمع؟
أنا كتير استمتعت ببرنامج دير، إنه فهمت أكثر المجتمع هون، كيف تركيبة المجتمع، على شو مؤسسة وكيف متعايشين، مشان أقدر أنا أتعايش معهم، فكتير كنت مستمتع معهم.
Munadal enjoyed the DARE program a lot. He enjoyed it a lot because it was his way in to this community, into living, into understanding, having a good knowledge of how this society is built up, the infrastructure of the society. So he really enjoyed this program.
And you also undertook the program, Reham. How did you find things?
When I joined the course, I found it really helpful and enriching, not only because you get to understand the community in Northern Ireland and see the differences and the conflicts and the background and the history of Northern Ireland, not only to understand what are you going to face in the near future. You're going to have a great understanding of this tunnel and the light at the end of the tunnel. You are building up networks, and also it is time where you are starting a new life. In this time, we all suffer from homesick and the need of people we love, we cherish, we like to spend time with. So it wasn't only about understanding, about making good relations. It was like, I think, the start of a new life for everyone, and a time where everybody start bonding, integrating from the first moment they joined this course. So I really loved it. I made a lot of friendship relations, and still, and I think it's very important to keep going in these programs to help people, especially vulnerable people and newcomers to Northern Ireland.
Their program has been, I would say, fantastic, and if there's any other word, and it's an eye opener. I have lived in Dublin for over 20 years, and what I got to know when I came to Belfast, it's a huge thing, you know, knowing the culture, the values, and knowing and diversities about other communities around you, and knowing the history, especially, it was a great thing. And The teacher was great in explaining, and despite the fact that she is also from a minority background as well, and she was able to enlighten us a lot about the society around us, about understanding the cultural values, understanding, knowing the history of Northern Ireland and the cross-border as well. And again, the teamwork, the breaking up into different categories, we're learning from each other was numerous, and I was really privileged to be part of that group.
It's really good to hear this, because obviously one of the key things of the DARE project was to begin to help build coherence and an understanding of what it's like to live in Northern Ireland. And also, this is particularly important in the conference symposium today, because really what we're trying to do is we're trying to help shift Northern Ireland going forward, build this culture of peace, prosperity, compassion. And it's important that we understand Northern Ireland as the landscape has changed, and the diversity and the ethnicity has changed, which is, to be perfectly honest, relatively new for us, having emerged from the troubles just over 30 years ago. And you all obviously are finding your place, are making already valuable contributions. I'm just wondering, going forward and trying to think of Northern Ireland, so 10 years, 15 years time, how do you see yourselves now making contributions to constructing that peaceful, thriving place that we all share?
If we put it into two simple words, I think the best two words would fit is acceptance and understanding. If we accept each other, no matter where we're coming from, no matter what religion do we belong to, no matter which country we're coming from, I think this is very important. If we accept each other, it is the first step. And then if we want to create a multicultural, beautiful, diverse community, I think we need to keep a space for everyone. And to keep that space secured, we need to understand. So I think if we want to see Northern Ireland in 10 years develop like these diverse, successful cities, we need to understand and we need to accept the differences and to focus on how to make the community multicultural, developed.
Can I pick up something, and perhaps you could translate or interpret for Minadel, because I've heard him talk about a lot in conversations about the importance of work, the work ethic, and being given opportunities to work. And I wonder, would he comment on how he thinks we can create opportunities?
يعني بعتقد نحن حكينا بهذا الموضوع كثير، بس أنا هلا بدي أقول شغلة جديدة. اللي أنا لاحظت هلا، أنا بالنسبة لي صار لي 3 سنين هون، بس أنا بعتبر حالي عمليا سنة واحدة كان فيها كوفيد، وسنة لبين ما تأقلمنا على الوضع، وسنة عمليا أنا نزلت على الشارع وصرت أفهم ثقافة هذا المجتمع، عرفت كيف؟ وكيف أنا لازم أقدر أكون فعال بهذا البلد. أولا المجتمع المحلي هون المفروض يكون في عندهم برامج لاستقبال وافدين جدد، يعني لازم يفتحوا آفاق لغير مجتمعات لحتى هذا المجتمع ينفتح. يعني المجتمع الإيرلندي هون بإيرلندا الشمالية اللي باخذ أنا بوجهة نظري هو مجتمع منغلق على حاله، المفروض انه يكون في عندهم خطط لاستقبال او لفهم غير مجتمعات غير ثقافات. تمام.
For Monadel, he's been here for 3 years, but he considers it as 1 year, because a year of resettlement, another year of COVID-19, and the third year is the year where he needed to step down to the street to have a look, to learn more about the community. And he thinks that it's crucial, if we want to speak about the proposal, the work proposal. He said, we spoke about it a lot, but I would like to add another point on top of that. If we want to move on, we need to put timeframes. The government need to put timeframes for programs to encourage those people to work and to find a suitable placement for them in the job market.
For me, I think understanding each other's cultural values and tradition, creating community activities, like when you have a community of different ethnic groups, different different backgrounds, and they're having activities maybe in the community center, they get to know each other more, and there is more interaction in getting to know one another and accepting each other. Because to be realistic, coming into a country, it's even back in Africa, it's always difficult to accept one another until you have a bond, a relationship together. And if we can have a relationship within one another, we will definitely move forward. And talking about jobs, for jobs, I know there's a language barrier, which is one of the main thing with foreigners in a country where it's a second language. Yes, and I know that the women are doing more of studying than the men, because I work with women, and most of their husbands don't have this opportunity of having free English classes, and or there's an organization organizing an English class for them. Like the women group that we have about 5 different English classes for them, and you can fit in from the beginners, from the basic to the intermediate. And if there is more of this, it will also help. The more we interact, the more we get to know each other's cultures and tradition, and we are able to accept one another. I believe that there will be growth, and there will be peace among us. And there is an initiative which I know about in the Kunzwara, the housing as well. Maybe when they start building house, I know that there are some locations that there are some certain people that can live there or not. And if we have more housing, and it is not, they are mixed, whether the Protestant, the Catholic, the BMI, in the same community areas, they will have community bond. Like where I live, we have different backgrounds from different, and I am the only Black person, and I so much love, there's so much peace, because we do a lot of activities, cooking classes, flowering arrangements, yoga, and many things. And this is a community, and it is an example of a community being strong. We both have Catholic, we have Protestant. I am a Black minority, and I believe that if the housing section can bring people from different backgrounds together, and their children grow up together, there will be peace. So.
Thank you. Sarah.
Yes. What would I like to contribute to make Northern Ireland successful and peaceful place to live? I think for me is to communicate positively with the community, to enhance its acceptance of immigrants and remove social concerns about them, and helping other refugees integrate well into the culture of Northern Ireland. Also to participating in various charitable social activities to serve the community, and such as working as a volunteer in what leads to change the community, in building and to make a change.
I believe in living by example. I liked Reham's usage of the word acceptance. I think that's one of the first and most important steps. Personally, I think focusing on coexistence is a safer option than talking about integration and assimilation. That might threaten people's identity in one way or another if they are comfortable with it. Obviously, nobody wants to lose their personal identity. They want it to naturally evolve through personal choices and opportunities. So accepting the other is the most important step. I would call it coexistence because, traditionally I come from a classically or historically multicultural and multi-faith society. So I feel I have a lot to offer Northern Ireland in the sense that to remind people that this binary conflict is, we can go beyond it and not just accept one other, so to speak, but accept every other in a way. And that we need to emphasize that accepting the other doesn't mean losing your own identity. It doesn't mean that at all. I think once people understand that and they don't feel threatened by the other, they would share their culture from a more friendly or amicable position rather than a challenging in your face kind of way. So I think coexistence is important. It's important that people are proud of their identity, they're proud of their culture, that they feel safe, that they can express it and show it without being threatened on any level. And once that happens, I think we can move forwards towards a multicultural and multi-faith society.
COVID-19 year was a very, very great example to what we all suffered from, the isolation, feeling that we've been left alone, a lot of anxiety, a lot of mental issues. So imagine how it feels like if we stay isolated in this world. And to do that, I think the work plan or the work proposal is very important. I don't think it's a matter only of what we've been offered or the lack of language like we spoke. We can all speak English on different levels. Some people would just get the alphabetical, but yet they can work. We can't say because the law say you need to have skills in English. Unless you don't have a great skill in English, you're not able to work. And they give them the Cambridge curriculum for people who are sometimes illiterate. This is not fair. There are people who can work in restaurants, in nail salons, or in spas, and do not talk much to the people. They need to do certain jobs. We can let them volunteer for specific hours. They can practice their English. They can integrate, and I can accept them, and you can accept me. And here, when the relation starts, you tell me a little about you tell me a little about your culture. I tell you a little about my identity. Like Dumola said, we need to have this connection face to face. We need to see our body language. We need to listen to our stories because everyone has a story to tell. We can't deny that. So there is a lot to be done. There is a lot of things to make our community beautiful, not only verbally, but physically. We need to see those people in labor market, in restaurants, cooking, doing, I don't know, anything, but not just to label them in how do I say that? To just put them in the corner and say, learn English forever.
Maybe I want to re-say the concept that I mentioned in the last session about how to break down the barriers. It's through the establishing a curriculum in the schools. Yeah, that you know, about it will help accepting each other and respecting each other, opening their minds, encouraging them to open horizons of knowledge for different cultures in the world, and to make them feel proud to have, you know, friends from different religions, from different nationalities, yeah, from different like nationalities. Whatever we work on changing the way of thinking of the current generation, it is for the current situation only, but the work is on the new generation, is for the future generation. It's about the curriculum, with what they teach in schools. I think that's a big thing that we have to be under consideration. Thank you.
And so we're coming to the end of our time together, and I'm certainly hearing clearly a sense that we need to build opportunities that allow people to continue to get to know each other, communicate, share, celebrate, and through that, by way of that, we will reach acceptance, existence, that people need an opportunity to feel valued, to be able to work, to be able to get themselves in a position where they can work. We need to share our housing. We need to have something in our schools that help people get to know more about each other's cultures and what brings us to a commonality as well as a difference. So I think these are very rich things, and I know, Al, maybe just before we finish, you want to say something briefly about mental health issues.
Yes, I work a lot with patients and with departments in counseling, and it seems that when it comes to the refugees, a lot of people suffer from PTSD. We have to take that into consideration, because PTSD, some of the issues with it is lack of concentration, low short-term memory. They might have physical barriers to learning the language as quickly as everybody else because of that. And to make the thing even worse, a lot of people, I wouldn't generalize completely, but it remains to be a taboo or a stigma of a sort for some people to go to mental health and discuss it and accept it even. A lot of people don't even accept it, they don't talk about it, and even if they do accept it, they keep it a secret. They can't own it. So this is causing an issue in terms of learning. Some people need help on the mental level so that they can focus more on what they need to do to get on with their lives, because it's stopping them in their way, and a lot of people feel isolated because of that. And it seems that there are organizations that are starting to reach out, but we need to do a lot more work around that subject, I believe.
And that trauma is actually quite familiar to us as well in Northern Ireland, because of our history, and because to one extent or another, people have still intergenerational trauma So it takes a long time for people to overcome that.
Yes, I'd like to comment on that as well. I'd love it if it was, it is my understanding that because of the historical conflict in Northern Ireland, some counselling offices get specific funding for that. Now they are seeing the refugees on a one-time basis. And then citing that they can't go on because that funding is specifically related to Northern Irish conflict. The statement is not open. The people that have been in conflict, it has to be an open-ended conflict so that people can continue their mental health sessions.
Sure. Listen, we could go on talking for another hour or so, but I need to draw to a close. But thank you all very much for your participation, for your thoughts, and what I would say to the audience and to particularly members of our government, that we would love an opportunity, and you would love the opportunity to continue these conversations and to maybe have some say and some influence in how policy and practice is going to be developed over the next number of years. And I think the programme for government allows us that opportunity. So we will follow up with this and sort of get some more dialogues organised. So listen, thank you very much all for your time and for your contributions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to everyone for taking part in that discussion, and to Jo Marley, Director of Brighton Care. She'll be back with us a little bit later on. You're still commenting and getting involved on the feed on this website that you're watching on. Again, go down to the Ask the Question tab. Lisa says language and mental health and trauma support in the community for newly arrived refugee families is wholly inadequate, she says. It needs urgent review. With COVID, all ESOL classes ceased. They're the publicly funded English language classes. She said all ESOL classes ceased. It was up to the community sector to step in to support. And Khalid says, indeed, many immigrant parents do not learn the language, and this is an important point because they lose contact with their children who learn the language, and it's important to remember that, keep that in mind. If you're wondering how we bridge the gap between people taking part in the dialogues about race and ethnicity to then going on becoming BME champions and community hosts, spreading the word, facilitating that process, how that happens, well, we want you to hear now from Desmond. Desmond took part in one of the dialogues and he's raring to go to spread what he learned. Have a watch.
So Des, please tell us how you think being involved in DARE has changed you, how to think about the communities that make up Northern Ireland or the north of Ireland.
Brilliant question, Carl. Yeah, and thank you very much for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I think for me, there's two parts to this, Carl. One would be as an individual, and also from a community perspective. I think for me, the big takeaway I took from it was how to manage prejudice. And I suppose within that is to realize that, I suppose in a way, everybody is prejudicial. And it was brilliant to have a tool. And that's what I found fantastic with the training. And also on that, then just to lead into the ability to listen. It taught me how to listen. Individually, again, it was inspiring. And from that inspiration, then I've subsequently become active now in all things towards against discrimination, you know. And in that sense as well, you're responsible as well to take responsibility for your actions.
So I guess the next question is really, reflecting on your own experience with DARE, what do you think you would do to contribute to building a prosperous, compassionate and peaceful society in Northern Ireland or the north of Ireland?
I suppose, yeah, I mean, again, it's going back to, I would love to create something in a sense that is, I know that the past is done and whatever, but for me, it's all about focusing on the new generations at primary level. And I would love to create something that would, an educational but fun, but to really focus on the next generations and to begin what we all talk about, what we'd love to and aspire to have an open society. We must begin with the next generation, generations. And that's where I think the focus should be. And I would love to contribute to that. So yeah, for me, I would love to get into the educational side. I'd love to get into mediating. And I'd love to get to talk, especially with young men. There's a disconnect, I think, with men. And again, starting with young and looking to the future, you know.
And is there anything you would like to say about the DARE approach?
For me, the DARE approach, again, what I love about it, the acronym in it is, which is dialogue. And I love that approach. I love that sense of being able to sit down with other people in an environment which is open. And I would love to see it build on that and create more forums where people can come together, leave their, I suppose, their brands or their identities outside and just come and talk. And that's what I really took from the 2 programs we did. It was very relaxed. And I'm coming from the south up to the north. It took me a while to just work out what the dynamics are, and this is where I thought DARE was fantastic. It really did benefit me to be able to reach out to other communities, because yeah, Northern Ireland is multicultural now. We live in a global world, and we need to catch up.
So thank you very much, Desmond, for answering our questions.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much.
And for being for bringing your ingredient, your contribution to what has been the DARE project. So thank you very much for that.
No problem. Thank you, Carol.
Well, thanks to Desmond and to Carol. Still to come, how do we make our communities child-friendly? We're going to get some lessons that have been learned in Leeds. They've made theirs a child-friendly city, so we're going to talk about that. And we're all familiar with the term, I think, restorative justice, but that was just the kernel. It has now developed into a full restorative practice. It's been used all over the world. We're going to go to Pittsburgh to see what effect it's having there. So that is still to come on today's symposium. Right now, though, it is 22 minutes or thereabouts past 11. I don't know about you, but I'm empty. Go get yourself a cup of tea and a tray bake, and we will see you back here in 15 minutes. That's 11:40 by our time. You're welcome back. I hope you are rested and replenished and replete. We spoke yesterday, it was mentioned several times, about the issue of younger people and how we get them engaged and what the benefits of that might be. And there was one part of the UK that really grabbed this by the horns about a decade ago, and their intent was to make themselves a child-friendly city. It's Leeds, and we're going to cross there now and speak to Andy Lloyd, Head of Workforce Development and Change at the local authority there. It is the second biggest local authority in England, so there are a lot of people, and you can imagine a lot of dialogues and discussions have been had. Andy, you're very welcome, and I'm very much looking forward to getting an understanding of what you have been doing in Leeds. Just before we came back from the break, I asked you, have your attempts worked? You said they have worked. Tell us how.
Well, thanks very much indeed, and thank you for having me, everybody. It's a real privilege to be here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. So I'm Andy Lloyd, Head of Workforce Development and Change in Leeds. Leeds, just a bit of context, Leeds is a large city. Many of you have visited the city, and when you're allowed to, please do come back and visit us again. We love having visitors in the city. 187,000 children and young people live in Leeds. And that's a lot of children, a lot of young people, a lot of responsibility to get it right for them. We do that by uniting as a city around that fact, but also that plan. So we have a single partnership, a single united partnership with the local authority, with the third sector, the not-for-profit sector, the faith sector, with businesses, with politicians, and we have a single senior partnership which sets the vision and the plan. And that's important as I go through what I'm going to say today, and I'll come back to that. We want schools to be at the heart of our communities, and that's just again to say that we need to use the resources that we have within our communities to do what they need to do and do what we need them to do in terms of working with children and families. And we calculated that there are approximately 75,000 people working with children and families in Leeds on a weekly basis. And what we mean by that is social workers, doctors, health visitors, teachers, guide and cubs and scout leaders, all those people. And I've missed out lots of groups, I'm sure, but there are a lot of people working with our young people. And what that means is that we have to make sure that we unify and we come around a single ambition. Because if we don't, the real risk is that we're all doing different things and we're all doing things which either duplicate or we have gaps and children are missing out. So that's just a little bit of a context to what I'm talking about. Leeds has a bold ambition. And this is something we launched in 2012, and it's that the ambition is to be the best city for children and young people to grow up in. And that's an ambition which we unite around as a city. It's got all party political support, an official launch, as I said, in 2012. But this ambition is so important to us as we think about how we're going to work with our children and young people, and how our children and young people are going to experience growing up in our city. I wanted to share 3 quotes with you. They're very important quotes to me. And when I was in the office, I used to have them above my desk there, and now I have them above my desk in my home. The first from Bronfman Bremer: every child needs at least one adult who is irrationally crazy about him or her. So important that children feel that someone is on their side, someone has got their back, someone wants the very, very best for them. Second one by Madge Bray in her book Poppies on the Rubbish Heap. A child's current behaviour is an essentially sane response to an untenable set of life circumstances. If a child's life circumstances are untenable, are bad, are unpleasant, are damaging, that will affect their behaviour. And we need to understand, and we need to be mindful of why children, what's happening in children's lives as we look about why children behave in the way that they do. And finally, from Nelson Mandela Grace Michel in the year 2000, an open letter to the United Nations: we cannot waste our precious children. Not another one, not another day. It's long past time for us to act on their behalf. And I like that quote because it talks about children being precious. And just to put a little bit of context on that, I have 3 children. They're all adults and have moved away from home. But I love my children and I think they're precious. Now, that's not particularly news to anybody. Fathers are meant to do that. But if we think about the cohort of 175,000 children in Leeds, are they precious? Do we consider them to be a precious part of our city? And do we consider them as a precious part that need our support, and we need to be child friendly? You see, values are everything. There's a lovely phrase, culture eats strategy for breakfast. If you go on the web, you'll find lots of different people saying that they thought of that first. I don't know who thought of it first, but it's a very helpful phrase. The culture of an organization, the culture of a city, the culture of practice eats all the strategy documents that you may have for breakfast. Now, of course, processes are important and mustn't and can't be ignored. We need strategy documents and we need those processes. But processes don't bring about change. They don't improve the lives of children and families. People do. Just as a point there, you might want to come back on me on some of this stuff. And if you do, please do type your questions in the box below, and we'll come to some of those later. But the values of an organization, the values of a city, the values that we express clearly matter. And it's all about relationships. It's all about how we do things. Now, I know that quite soon you're going to have a conversation around restorative practice, so I won't spend much time on this, but this is what we call the 4 ways of being window, with the various boxes. We have challenge going up and down and support across. And the point of this is really, we need to try to be working as much as we can in the with box, working with people, not doing things to people, not doing things for people, doing things with people. And the phrase that we use is high support and high challenge. We need to be supportive, but we need to be challenging. And that relationship between support and challenge is really, really important. And when we work in the with box, when we're doing things with people, with communities, with individuals, with families, we see better outcomes for the children and the families and the communities that we're working with. So I could spend hours on this, but I won't. But that's a very important part of our culture and what we deliver. Relationships are vital doing things 2 or 4. Now, this is something that I've increasingly found as we've been in lockdown and as we've been doing a lot of stuff on screen. I spend a lot of time, like you will, each day on screen. Relationships versus transaction. And I suppose that, put very simply, if we're not careful, when we meet people, we get into transactional conversations. Can you do this? Will you do that? I'll do this if you do that. And it becomes very transactional. And what we're missing out on is the idea of relationship. How are you? How's your week been? How's your weekend been? How are you coping at the moment with this extraordinary situation? And that's true for us as we work with colleagues, but it's so much more important as we work with children and we think about our conversations with children and their families. If we get into transaction rather than relationship, we are moving away from the restorative working with, and we get very quickly into a stuck place because the transaction isn't working. Again, please do come back at me at that in the question box if you'd like to. We need to understand the whole of the system, and the way as a community, an organisation is a system, and it has different parts. And if a bit like a balloon, if you squeeze at one end, it will bulge at the other. Do we understand the system as we're working with children and families? Do we understand the system and what it feels like to be a child or a young person in that system? And then we need to work in and with the system rather than try and fight against it. And we all have a part to play. Everybody within our community has a part to play. I was in Berlin a few years ago and took this. It's a mural on the East Side Gallery. I won't attempt the German, but the English says, many small people who in many small places do many small things can alter the face of the world. What you do, what I do, what we do together in relationship in the system, we can make a difference. And I suppose that that's something that's so important. We can actually change the lives for the better of our youngest citizens. So we have just one question in Leeds. What's it like to be a child or young person growing up in Leeds? Going back to the quotes I mentioned earlier, if you asked me when my children were living at home what it was like for them to grow up in Leeds, I could tell you. I could tell you what their favourite television programme was. I could tell you what makes them scared or sad. I could tell you their favourite book, their favourite toy. I could tell you what they like eating. I can tell you how they like to be woken up. For each of the children that live in our city, do we know what it's like for them to grow up? Do we know the answer to that question? Or does somebody know? Or are there children for whom there is no adult who knows what it's like for them currently to be growing up in Leeds? So this is a really important question. And when we ask the question, how do we make it better? We mustn't be satisfied with what we have at the moment. I want for my children, for them to have a better life than I've had. So that should be the truth for all of our children in Leeds and wherever else you live. So Child Friendly City is about putting the child at the centre of all we do and putting the child at the heart of the city's growth strategy. And I suppose just very briefly on this, what that means is we need to be thinking about why our young people, as they grow up, why they would stay. If we make our communities, our cities, our towns, our villages unwelcoming to children and young people, as soon as they can, they will leave to go somewhere where it's more welcoming. So we need to be thinking about making children welcome, so when they grow up, they will stay and they will contribute to the local economy. And so I want the children of Leeds to be so happy and enjoying their childhood in Leeds that they'll stay in Leeds and then become are taxpayers of the future. So I'm a social worker by background, so I'm not great at the economic strategy. I'm much more comfortable talking about the welfare and well-being of children. But I think that we need to be thinking about the economy as well and the growth strategy in the city. And then just a little phrase there: children live in families, families create communities, communities make cities. Children are not outside our system. They need to be inside, and they need to be in the centre of our thinking as we think about our cities. But this can't be just a small group of people's jobs. This can't be the Children's Services Department or a third sector organisation or a small group of people. It has to be the whole community. And what we've done in Leeds is develop a network of about 1,000 now child-friendly ambassadors. And our ambassadors are politicians, businesses, not-for-profit organisations, the faith sector, individuals. They're big companies and they're small organisations and single-owner businesses as well, right the way across the system. And the point of that is that we are then embracing and we're harnessing the commonwealth of knowledge and skills in the city for our youngest citizens. So we're harnessing that ability to go to find a skill or a piece of knowledge that we have within the city, but we don't own within our own small networks. So we hold networking events and we explain the need. And this is again quite important as we think about the way that we engage with our community. If you work in an architect's firm, it might not be your common knowledge to know what the challenges are for children and young people in the city. So it's our job who do know that to explain that need. And we don't ask for money. We do sometimes ask for sponsorship, but we don't go out and say, will you pay your subs or will you give us some money? We ask for their expertise and be specific about their ask. Now, our logo is an orange thumb, an orange thumbs up, and a few years ago, the gardeners of Leeds planted an orange thumb directly opposite a children's playground. Nobody asked them to do it. It wasn't on a strategic plan. It wasn't part of a promotion. It's just that they had some flowers and they planted it in the shape of an orange thumb. Now, that is when you start to understand that the ownership of the child-friendly ambition is within the city. These guys, these women who were planting out this garden were motivated for whatever reason to plant an orange thumb, and it makes me smile every time I see it because I like that concept. We put the child at the centre and we let them have a voice. Letting children have a voice is easy. Letting that voice have influence is more complex. We need to make sure that we hear the voice of the child and then let that voice have influence. And just to jump to the final bullet point there, the consultations and appointments. When I was appointed to this role just under 10 years ago, I was appointed by a number of different panels, interviewed by a number of different panels, including a group of children. And they gave me some nice feedback afterwards, the best of which was that I'd make a nice Santa Claus. So whether I got the job or not, I was happy at that point, but I did actually get the job as well. So we need to give children's voice and influence. And one of the ways we do that is we have a children's mayor. This is Sam. Sam is our current children's mayor. You can see him with a mask on, but his mayoral robes on. He's 10 years old. It's always a 10-year-old. We have a vote among our 10-year-olds in the city through the schools. 10-year-olds are invited to write a manifesto, and the best 12 of those go to a public vote of our children, and then somebody is elected. And Sam this year is elected as our children's mayor. Sam reads his manifesto to our full council meeting, 99 councillors, and it becomes official council policy. So we are giving children a voice, but more importantly, we're giving that voice influence. lots to talk about here that you can pick up on the chat there. Local context is vital. You can't just pick and drop what we've done in Leeds. It has to be your version of what we do in Leeds. You'll have policies and you'll have requirements that you can't change. And I understand that, and that's absolutely fine. But whatever you can do, take the best ideas from wherever and whoever you can. Because don't forget, at the end of the day, there's only one question. And the question is, what's it like to be a child or young person growing up in your community, in your village, in your town, in your city? What's it like? Do we know the answer to that question? Do we, as individuals, contribute to the knowledge of the answer to that question? Are we all united around that particular question? Do we know? And once we know, how do we make it better? How do we improve the lives of our youngest citizens each time we come to work, each time we move around our community? Thanks very much indeed. That's the end of my presentation. I'm really grateful that you've been here and listened to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. There's a lot to take in there. And if you don't mind, we'll kind of spend a few minutes picking through it. Really interesting stuff. Please do send your comments and questions to us. I know a couple of you have already. And I'll turn to them in just a second, but we have Andy for a few minutes longer. So if you want to find out more, or indeed challenge him a little bit on what he said, then I'm sure he'd happily engage with you on that as well. Because the danger with all the stuff, Andy, and I said it at the beginning of the day, is that it sounds a bit pie in the sky, idealistic, and actually this stuff deserves to be interrogated. And I know, I'm sure, in Leeds, you have interrogated it. That's why it's lasted the best part of a decade, and you're kind of sure and proud of your the outcomes you've had. You started off at the beginning. You said something that it was important to unite as a city. Now that is one of those phrases that I'm referring to. Sounds very easy, not necessarily so. Practically, how do you do that?
Yeah, it's not easy. It's a journey, and it's a journey of a number of years. But I think that the two things I would say. One is unite around the common cause of making Leeds a child-friendly city. So child-friendly is a simple concept, and it's a really, really complicated journey. But it's a journey which we need to be on together. And I think that what I would say really is talk about the contribution that individuals can make or organisations can make more than the differences that we have. Because if we unite around the idea that children are we need somebody to be crazy about each of the children in our city, then all of a sudden we have a common cause that is hard to disagree with. Of course, there are lots of other priorities, and I don't expect everybody, the 750,000 people that live in Leeds, don't expect every one of them to engage with our child-friendly process. But as long as lots do, then we're on the right track.
Is there a problem that what one person sees as the best for a child might not be what their neighbour thinks is the best for a child? Culture plays a huge part in this. Yeah. How do you approach that?
Well, of course, and I suppose by not being too prescriptive, there are clear boundaries around how we can bring children up and what we shouldn't be doing, and how children shouldn't be treated. But within that, of course, there are lots and lots of different ways, and we wouldn't want to interfere with that at all. That wouldn't be appropriate nor desirable. But what is desirable is this high ambition, and keeping the high ambition at mind, which is what's it like to be a child, and how do we make it better? And as long as we can do that, then all of a sudden we do start seeing increasing amount of satisfaction and increasing amount of engagement from our children. I suppose the best test is whether our children are feeling welcome, whether they see a difference, whether they're engaged, and we do a number of surveys around that.
You said that you created an atmosphere of high support and high challenge. I wonder, in order to help children, how important is it to treat the adults around them as adults and shift responsibility in their direction, hold them accountable?
Well, yeah, I think that I think that's absolutely right. I think that the danger is, and this goes back to the quote from Madge Bray about if a child's current behaviour and essentially say in response to an untenable set of life circumstances. We need to be saying to adults, let's make the life circumstances of our children better so that they're not living in untenable situations. And if they are, we need to challenge that. We need to say, well, why would we allow that to happen? Mostly, that's not because people are doing it deliberately. Mostly, it's because people are living in conditions of adversity, and we need to be supportive, but we also need to be challenging there.
One of our viewers is saying, love hearing from Andy, so inspiring. A child-friendly ambition is so inclusive, and a focus that would really benefit us in Northern Ireland, not focusing on politics or culture. Who knows where we could be in the next 10 years. But he says, or she says, relationships are everything. How do we repair broken relationships? Relationships where there has been deep hurt and trauma.
I wouldn't want to pretend to be an expert on this, but I think that the idea of restorative practice, the idea of high support, high challenge, and the idea of building relationships is all about dialogue. It's all about being able to hear each other, using the restorative justice model as well when there has been harm. But with fractured relationships, it is for us to gently and carefully, but intentionally and deliberately, move into a place of healing.
Can I just double check?
Yes.
What do you mean by dialogue there? As a local authority, when you say dialogue, what do you mean?
Well, I think it's about the conversation. Too often we respond to a disagreement with either a process or a form, rather than saying, let's come and talk to me, let me hear what you're saying, and please will you listen to what I'm saying. We won't always agree, but if we move into bureaucracy before we move into humanity, then what we find ourselves in standoffs too quickly. Whereas if we start by saying, come and talk to us, come and talk to me as a named individual, and let's see what we can do about this. We can't always agree, we won't always agree, but I want to be able to hear what you're saying. I think that's what I mean.
Someone says, very helpful point, relational, not transactional conversations. That stuck out to me as well. It would be great to have this infused in the logic of funding in general in the third sector. Any advice on how this relationship-orientated approach can be done? I mean, presumably your authority gives out funding to organisations who are hoping to buy in to this. Have you put that into practice with them?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that in the old days before lockdown, I used to spend a lot of money in coffee shops buying people coffee. And that's not just because I like having coffee with people, but it's because I want to build relationships rather than do transaction. Of course, we do transaction every day. We do transaction every day of the week that we buy a train ticket or a sandwich. Again, I'm talking about before lockdown. But they're easy. That's the easy bit. The relationship bit is tell me what's in your mind, and let me tell you what's in my mind, and let's talk about what we have in common, as well as what is different about us. So I suppose that in terms of working with the third sector, I want to have conversations with colleagues in the third sector. They're a vital part of our overall offer to children and young people.
But there are lots of people, I'm sure, who would like to go for coffee with you, Andy, and try and convince you that what they're saying is right. But ultimately, you have paymasters as well. You've got political leaders. And how difficult is it for you to try and please both? And what do you expect of your political leaders, I suppose?
I think that we live in a political environment, and that's absolutely appropriate and necessary. So that's just part of what it is. I think that if we focus on the relationship, and if we focus on, we can't always give everything to everybody that they need or rather want. So we need to. There are always hard decisions to make, but hard decisions carefully explained through relationship are better than hard decisions which are explained through process.
Was there a trigger event that led to the creation of your post? Jerry asks very astutely. He says, if not, where did the energy and focus come from in order to pull this off?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not just my post. I'm simply part of a whole system in Leeds. The trigger was that we had a visit from Ofsted, the inspectors, coming to look at children's services, and they came in about 2010. And the report that came out wasn't good. We weren't doing well, and there was a problem that we had to address.
What did they identify as those problems? I don't mean to dredge up your uncomfortable past, but what were they worried about?
I think that they were worried about the way that whether we were keeping children safe in Leeds in terms of the Children's Services Directorate, whether we were doing the right thing for children. And what we had to do something very different, and we did something very different. And we came on this journey, this restorative journey, this child-friendly journey, this doing things with rather than doing things to. Lots of bumps in the road, lots of complications and lots of challenges. But in 2018, after a number of different visits on the journey, but Ofsted came again and said that we were an outstanding local authority. So I suppose that the message there is it can be done. You can change a culture, you can change a system. It takes a lot of energy, a lot of effort from a lot of people, certainly not just an individual or a post holder, but the whole system. But it can be done, and it's a great journey to be on.
Congratulations to you. Finally, let's talk about that flower bed, which I think is remarkable, not just because it looks pretty, but it's. You said that the gardeners did it off their own bat, and I just wonder, what does that tell us about how the work that you're doing has infused itself into the public consciousness? Because in Northern Ireland, there's been a lot of work over the last 2 decades, but all too often we hear, oh, nothing's being done. No one's doing anything about the problems that we're facing. Of course, that's not true, but I'm not sure the schemes that are out there get the recognition that perhaps they should. You obviously are.
Well, I think that a pin badge of any sort doesn't change the life of a child, but what it does do is it brings some unity and some unification, and there's a message there. I think that we without wanting to be too boastful, we're not shy about what we're doing, and we try and tell people. And we try and tell people through social media, through campaigns, through meetings. And as you explain what we're doing, it's a very, very simple concept. And it's not a big ask. I think that this is one of the things that I would say. We're not asking people to give the whole of their life. We're saying, if you know something that I don't know, would you tell me so both of us know it? And I suppose that, put very simply and slightly lightheartedly, if you have 3 people in the room, one of whom plays an instrument, one of whom sings, and one of whom cooks, you've got a party. If they don't share those skills, you've got nothing.
Which one of those 3 do you do?
Well, I'm Welsh, so I'll sing.
We'll not get you started. Andy, it's been a real delight talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Andy Lloyd from Leeds. And I love the simplicity of the goal there. We are just going to be the best place for children to be. It's taken them a decade, but it feels like it has all moved in the right direction. I know that will have probably sparked lots of notions and ideas in your mind, so please do add them to the feed. Just click the blue Ask a Question tab below this, and I'd love to know what you are thinking. Let's return to some of the participants, though, in the dialogues about race and ethnicity, and get more of their observations, particularly about creating change at grassroots. This is Jerry.
Hi, Jerry. Thank you very much for being with us here today. So I'm just going to start with just a question around, could you tell us just how you think being involved with the DIR has changed how you think about communities that make up Northern Ireland and the north of Ireland?
It has broadened my mind, and as an officer with over 24-year service, I felt I had a broad mind working in all different parts of this part of Northern Ireland. It really opened my mind as well around the extent of the voluntary sector, the connectivity of it, but also the list of agencies that are trying their best to fill gaps and work together collectively. And being involved in this programme has brought that, it has energised me to bring that together and bring that learning back into my workplace.
Thank you, thank you. And reflecting on your experience with the DER, what do you think you yourself would like to contribute to building a prosperous, compassionate and peaceful society in Northern Ireland and the north of Ireland?
I think in many ways that's what I've been bringing to my job over the last 24 years, and I brought that to what we've done over the last 4. Where's that time gone? Can't believe it, already we're coming to the end. Bringing an awareness, bringing a system and a structure that in many ways, the police is a big machine. It's a big institution that's trying to humanise and work in communities. Being involved in the DARE project, and what I like to see the future bringing is that we humanise our approach even more. Working in neighbourhoods, working in communities is really important, and we've been increasing our numbers in that, despite this COVID pandemic and despite the restructuring we've had to do to keep our officers, our staff safe, and then work with safe systems. But that energy, that connectivity, that breadth and diverse third sector, we really need to harness that from a professional point of view. And I've been thinking about this today. I came looking forward to meeting with the DARE steering group, and I left energised with the commitment, the desire to help, and then the invite to bring me to that table, bring my agency into that space to say, we're here to help. And I've taken that back and I've shared it amongst our districts, within our teams, to say, are we speaking to the right people? Do you know these services are available? What's next door in the next borough, the next area? And think wider than just our part of this island. Think to Donegal and over the border, look to Leeds and other areas. Where can we learn? How can we share? And how can we create that safer, more positive and peaceful space for everyone?
Thank you very much for that, Jerry. Thank you. And my last bit is just, is there anything you would like to say about the DARE approach? Anything you'd like to say about what you've been exposed to, and as being part of the steering group, as being a recipient of some of the training, and also a recipient of some of the attendance, some of the conferences and the roundtable conversations? Is there anything you would like to say about the DARE approach?
Well done, and the money was spent appropriately in my view. I've been involved in a number of projects and seen a lot of numbers being presented and used and evidence collated. I have enjoyed being part of making sure this money has been spent in a really targeted way. And I think the learning and experience from that has been, it started with one aim, and I think it met that really early on. Those objectives were achieved, and then it grew and developed. And in my previous role working in Ards and North Down, their project was able to expand further and start further and nurture further projects. And I think that's the other big strength. We started with one goal. We thought we knew what we were doing. We understood what we were trying to achieve, and it grew and blossomed. And more work that has been grassroots led. That's what's really important. That this is what the community needs now, and then we'll get to that point in a future. But that's how, so that was the biggest learning, that we have evolved and developed, and I've been part of that. Thank you for having me. And then thank you for letting me share that experience. And I'm looking forward to what we're going to do next together.
Okay, and absolutely so are we. Thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jerry. And you take care.
Thanks to Jerry, who was speaking to Lorraine from Brighton. I found Andy Lloyd fascinating, and I'm not just saying that because he's remained on the line. I know he can hear us, because he is sticking about for the next conversation that we're going to have. It's interlinked. The people that we're going to speak to have worked together, and there are threads going through all of this. This has been playing out on the ground, but delighted to welcome Mary Montague, who is from Mediators Beyond Borders. What's interesting about that organisation itself, I was looking at the map where you work, and if you look at where all the pins are, where it operates, Sierra Leone, Yemen, Uganda, Myanmar, Colombia, you guys know a thing or two about conflict, traumatized communities. So we're very much looking forward to the discussion we're about to have. And we said this was an international event. We've been as far as Melbourne, let's go around the other way now, to Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, and welcome Judge Mike Lucas from the Court of Common Pleas of Washington County, Pennsylvania. Good morning to you, sir. I was saying to you earlier when I first saw you, you look exactly how I imagine a judge in Pennsylvania would look. So thank you for making the aesthetic effort, if nothing else.
Well, I don't know that anyone would say I'm out of central casting, but I certainly appreciate the compliment.
Well, look, let's talk then. Mary, something that Eugen Coe has written about. We heard from him earlier, and we didn't get time to discuss it, but I know it's an area that comes up in your work around restorative practices. That is a much greater area than restorative justice. I know that, and we'll explain that. That's why we are going to talk. But can I start you off talking about this issue of shame, awkwardness among people, when we are expecting them to have tough conversations, hard, honest dialogues? How often does shame come up?
I suppose when we talk about shame, particularly around sort of restorative justice, restorative practices, we have to maybe step back in ourselves and say, where did I experience a sense of shame? And when I was growing up, for example, in my home, my mum was a disciplinarian. And yet, when you did something wrong, she would at times, if it really went to her beyond the pale, she would say, go you upstairs, sit in the bedroom, wait till your father comes home. And how did that make me feel? And it was a form of shame. And in restorative practices, what we're saying is, we're not saying the sense of shame should be something that degrades the person, but it brings about within ourselves a reflection about what it is we have done and what has the impact been on others.
But aren't you then going into the area of also guilt and humiliation, and they are tough emotions to ask people to deal with and process?
And that's how facilitation skills are key in restorative work, because in our facilitation we change our language. So we're asking people about what is the impact on others and what is the impact on yourself and what is the learning from this, and how do you restore the situation and the relationship that you've maybe hurt or harmed. So we're moving towards solution-based work and a learning for those involved.
Well, tell us then, I'm going to step back at this point, tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing and the cooperation that you've made with Judge Lucas. And I know you two have some shared thoughts on that. But just begin with what has the activity been?
Okay, so I suppose for our story, we could start, Judge Lucas, at the fact that what we aimed to do was bring restorative practice into the family courts and the whole family services within the Washington, Pennsylvania area. And this is a place about 30 miles from Pittsburgh. And it has been part of that huge industrial landscape of Pittsburgh. I had the privilege to be a visiting professor at the college that you used to go to, Judge Lucas, Washington and Jefferson. And at that college, there was the motto of Together We Thrive. In my work there, which was lecturing on mediation and restorative practices, I wanted students, if you remember, to have that experiential learning. And so I invited my students to come out of the classroom, to move out into the community and community organisations with this methodology. And one of the places that we ended up coming to was yourself, but that came about through our very first encounter, because in good community development terms and in restorative terms, we held a circle. We held these tables, these round tables, asking people from the community, from the services, what is the context, what are the challenges, and listening basically to what was happening in the area. And you attended one of those. So can you share with me what that experience was like?
Well, that I recall it vividly. It was in the basement of what was the dining hall at Washington and Jefferson College. And we had individuals not only from the court system in Washington County, but also from county government, as well as other stakeholders. We have a lot of nonprofit corporation participation in human services in Washington County. So we had a child advocates group there. We had a group that has focused on poverty and building self-sufficiency there. You had the school district there. It was a remarkable evening because of the number of people assembled there. What struck me was the manner in which Mary conducted the session. It was first off quite calm. Secondly, there was little disagreement, but there was a lot of vigorous discussion. And it showed me, as someone who had not been exposed to these methods, the benefit that you could get by simply sitting around and listening.
Thank you. And just on that method, just for the programme, what we actually were using at each of those tables was restorative circles. And circles yield a certain form of dialogue that is very much more open and honest. And also it really gave us in the college a full picture of what the struggle was for families and the communities and the courts at that time. I mean, my learning comes from my peace building work here in the north of Ireland, and also from the work that we did in Leeds. And I'm still amazed by the mystic happening when you get people in a circle where there's respect shown and listening, respectful listenings to the fore. So you felt out of that things had to change, or you were already feeling that, Judge Lucas. Can you tell us why you felt family services had to change?
Well, Mary, I'm going to try to give you a history that could probably distill or take a long period of time. But let me first start by saying that Washington, Pennsylvania was the seat of the first open rebellion in the United States. It was known as the Whiskey Rebellion. And that spirit is alive and well in Washington County. We tend to have a fierce sense of independence, and there is a lot of parochialism. What I came into was a system that had gone through a lot of controversy and conflict between the court system and county government. And we suffered from a lack of trust, a lack of open communication, and a lack of cooperation. Now, the idea of restorative practice had been alive and well in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for some time. Justice Max Baer with our Pennsylvania Supreme Court has been attempting for 2 decades to radically change the family court system in Pennsylvania from one where it is adversarial and every outcome is litigated to one where outcomes are facilitated. But unfortunately in Washington County, what happened to Justice Baer is he came in to mediate the dispute between the court and county officials. And in that process, the people on the ground no longer wanted to implement those restorative practices. They viewed it as something top-down coming from the Supreme Court. So our challenge became, how do we show the benefit of these processes and eliminate the stigma that individuals were placing on it. And Mary, you did that in the first meeting with our Children's Roundtable, where we had not only court officials and county officials, but also attorneys and other service providers in our system present. And you conducted the very same thing. We put everyone in a circle, and we started to talk about the frustrations and the problems that we were encountering. And in the organic way that you do that, Mary, which is exceptional, you showed us how we could work together. And that occurred about 6.5 years ago. And we continued it. We had a lot of pitfalls, a lot of problems, a lot of stops and starts. But we are finally reaching a point where we are beginning to implement restorative practices early for our families here in Washington County. But oddly enough, we had to first use those practices with ourselves. Kim Rogers, who was the director of child services at that time, she conducted family group sessions with her staff, largely because she felt within her own office they had divisions, they had much conflict, and we did it system-wide as well. So what we have now transitioned to is a model whereby we're trying to get family group decision-making, and most importantly, the sense of empowerment in families who are challenged early, and have them married up with service providers who are coming in not as being imposed by a judge like myself or by county officials, but are coming in saying, we recognize that there's a problem here. Here's what we have to offer you. I think that that approach now is beginning to show itself in terms of numbers in the county, the hard data. But anecdotally, I will say that when I have discussions with other judges who work in the family courts here in Washington County, they're attempting to steer as many of these cases towards family group decision-making in these types of models. I think we as judges recognize that though we're trained well and we all feel that we do a competent job, we can never envision an outcome that is as palatable and as good for a family as the one a family that works together could come up with.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Judge. And I remember when the whole staff and your colleagues all came up to Washington and Jefferson College to us, and we did a day of training and we did some strategic planning as well. But in the midst of all of that, I got a great sense of people feeling this has to happen. There was a must in the action, and you got that sense in the room. Equally, I think I also got a very great sense while I worked alongside you about your leadership, because change within institutions, that doesn't come about unless it's really positive leadership. So can we talk a little bit about the leader's role when you're working towards such fundamental change?
Sure. I think the first thing to recognize, and for me that was very easy, Mary, is that you have to know which questions to ask. You also have to be willing to demonstrate that you don't have all the answers. So what we did is we conducted quarterly meetings with the Children's Roundtable. And we recognized that those meetings that would occur once every 3 months for a few hours simply were not enough. And we implemented it, as you just mentioned, a strategic planning approach whereby we did a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. And we went around the room and we broke up into smaller groups because our roundtable had grown to 30 people. And we wanted everyone to participate. That's difficult for some individuals when you have 30 there to have a voice. So we broke up into small groups and came back and shared those ideas. And what we recognized was that organically or almost indigenously, what we were focusing on was coming up with exactly what restorative practice has been saying the evidence proves to be effective, and that is we need earlier intervention that does not necessarily mandate an outcome, but tries to facilitate outcomes. And we are now off the ground with what we call a rapid response protocol, whereby if a family is identified as being at risk due to neglect or abuse of a child, they're seeing a family group facilitator within about a week. And the hope is at that point is that enough supports can be brought in, the child's network can be identified such that we do not remove that child, or if we do remove that child, we're not placing the child into stranger care. The child's going with someone who they have an established relationship with and who also would support reunification with the parents. That has been a struggle for us here in Washington County since I came on the bench. And this is the first time I really feel that we're kind of moving forward and we're seeing some data that bears out the efficacy of this approach.
Thanks, Judge Lucas. I'd like to bring in sort of the systems around the family courts as well, because from Washington and Jefferson College, we also, alongside myself, the students came out and we actually trained 150 school teachers in all the local schools around, because we are talking about a whole systems change. And obviously the school system links into the family services and the family courts. And I really believe in systems change. How difficult do you feel it is to see systems change within big institutions, and what really helps?
Well, part of it is structural, Mary. In Pennsylvania, and specifically here in Washington County, we're not dealing with one single school district. There is a strong tradition in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for local control of school districts. So in Washington County, we have about a dozen different school districts that have a different structure in terms of individuals on school boards who control their policy making. It remains a challenge for us to coordinate with schools. Because of the fact that you can have a change in board, you can have a change in leadership, and all of a sudden all the good work that you've done has gone by the board. However, we are making that effort now on a countywide basis through what we call a human services umbrella. And instead of having each different human services agency and county government in their separate silo, we now have one agency director. That is Ms. Rogers, who I spoke about earlier. And she recognizes that, you know, there is a great deal of duplication of services going across lines, and that we now need to go out into these communities and embrace them and try to coordinate our services. In the area where I live, which is the Rust Belt portion of the county, you know, we were a very big steel making and coal making region at one time. Those communities tend to be very impoverished, lower on the socioeconomic scale. So the effort has been to bring agency presence into those communities, one for accessibility, but also to build those relationships within the community that, you know, I like to say that when you're present in the community and you're part of it, there's a natural efficiency to your mission. When you run into and talk to someone who may be working at the school district, and all of a sudden the conversation naturally leads to an issue that the two of you may have to deal with, a problem you may have to deal with, it's amazing how many things in terms of information and assistance you can gain when those relationships are built. So that's really the effort here, is to build those relationships, not to have a top-down approach, but to be embedded within the communities.
So what I'm going to sum that up as being is a compassionate approach. For me, compassion is just embedded in restorative practice, Judge Lucas, through the listening, through walking alongside people, doing things with people rather than to and for, as Andy was saying earlier in his presentation, truly respecting the innate wisdom, really, of individuals, families and communities. And I think the other lovely thing for me, working alongside you and working alongside your staff, is that we envisioned a change together with the communities and with families and with the children in the schools. And as I said at the start, the theme of the motto for Washington and Jefferson College was "Together we thrive." And I think that's what's happening today in Washington because of your work. So congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mary, and thank you for all the great assistance and how you led us to this. I don't think we could have done this without you. I've talked to Justice Baer's staff from time to time and jokingly said that I had to bring in an international mediator to assist us in using some of these well-established practices. But I don't think we could have done this without your leadership and your assistance for that 2-year period you were here in Washington. And I have to say, we all miss you and Patty very much.
Thank you.
It's been lovely having you with us, Judge Lucas. Just before you go, a quick thing from me. Could you tell us today in Washington County, as a result of the work that you've been doing, what is the one tangible difference that is in your community as a result of all this? And what is the one difference that all this has made to you as a judge and the work you do on a daily basis?
Well, the tangible difference is seen in numbers. We started the Rapid Response Program last year, and in many of those instances, there were 44 referrals. Those cases would have all come into a courtroom where a judge would have been determining where to place the child. Instead, what we now have is a circumstance where well over half of those families were accepted for services, but they were not broken up. And in the United States, as I would anticipate in the UK, when you come into a courtroom, it's an adversarial proceeding. And there's a winner, there's a loser. When you can facilitate these outcomes, there's a better chance that we have a win-win approach. And I think there's a better chance for us to have a more accurate read on what's happening. So in seeing a decrease in numbers of cases coming in, and also in seeing that families are staying together, I think is the chief benefit of this.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm sure there are lots of people who are also going to talk to you today who will be less delighted to be talking to you. Such is the nature of being a judge. But we are certainly thrilled to have linked up with you in Washington County. All the very best to you.
Best to you as well.
That's Judge Mike Lucas. Mary Montague, thank you very much indeed. A real delight having you here. In a short while, what we are going to do is ask you to consider the 2 key messages that you will be taking from today, or something that stood out for you on day 2. If you can only have one, that's all right. We'll take that gratefully from you. But what has stood out for you on day 2 today? And also, we're going to challenge you. How are you going to dare to lead change wherever you are in your community, in your world? What are you going to do about it? That's not an open invitation. It's more of an order to really do. Click on the Ask a Question tab below you and tell us that, because that's how we want to round off this hour in a short while. What are you taking from day 2 of the symposium? But more importantly, what are you going to do to lead change and dare to lead change in your world? We look forward to seeing that. There's lots and lots of people watching, so we're hoping that we'll be flooded with comments, and we'll go through them with Joe Marley before 1 o'clock. However, before that, we've referenced the authorities throughout the last 2 days, the politicians and the civic society, and what kind of role they should play and need to play. Well, the guy at the top of the system, in a sense, he's not a politician, but he's at the top of the system in Northern Ireland, is brand new to the job. He is the Director of Strategic Policy, Equality and Good Relations at the Executive Office here in Northern Ireland. He's not long in the chair. This is the first time that we understand that he has been speaking in public about his aims, his goals, and what he hopes to do. His name is Chris Stewart, and he joins us on the line. A very good afternoon to you, Chris. Thanks for making time for us.
Thanks, Declan. Good afternoon, everybody. As you say, I'm new to the job, so I'm claiming the usual fool's pardon for anyone in that position. Give me about 5 years, and I might find out what I'm doing. Declan, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. And could I thank Joe and everyone at Bryson for the opportunity to speak at this event today. Now, looking at the original programme, I'm sure some of you will be expecting to hear from my predecessor, Dr. Mark Brown, at this point. Mark can't be with us, but I'm pleased to say that that's for a very good reason. He's transferred on promotion to Permanent Secretary at the Department for Education. And I'm sure that those of you who know Mark and his many years of dedicated service in this area will join me in acknowledging his outstanding contribution and wishing him well in his new role. But it's now my privilege to have succeeded him a few weeks ago in this role as the director responsible for racial equality and good relations in the Executive Office. And I'm delighted to be here today in that capacity. For any of you who know me, you will know that on this type of occasion, I try not to simply repeat the words of ministers. So some of what I have to say today is a personal view and not necessarily executive policy. But let me start with something that I know ministers will fully endorse, and that is that the Executive Office is delighted to have been able to support the DARE project. And I would like to congratulate the organisers of this very stimulating and thought-provoking event. I was able to catch most of this morning's discussion and learned a great deal from it. As policymakers, we're constantly searching for the best evidence to inform what we do. And the value of an event like this is that it brings together in one place, I think, 3 key strands of evidence. So we've heard from those involved in academic research and evaluation. We've heard the insight and experience of expert practitioners. And perhaps most valuable of all, we've heard the lived experience of people. And I say that because even in this modern world of Zoom and data analytics, the lived experience of people is surely the ultimate test of what we do as policymakers. For me, taking up post as director is a sort of homecoming because it marks a return to an area of policy that I've worked in before, but a long time ago, back in 2000 to 2006, in my first spell in the Executive Office. And with that in mind, I'm going to interpret the title of this session, Reflections Looking Forward, with a degree of license, so forgive me for that. I'll take it as an invitation to look at past and present, comparing where we were back in 2000 with where I think we are now, and perhaps more importantly, with where I think we need to go and what we still need to do. Back in 2000, the Executive was a fledgling administration, and I must say I was also a much younger man. Back then, there was an overwhelming sense of positivity and goodwill for what we were trying to achieve. And in sharp contrast with where we are now, there was plenty of money to spend on doing it. So in that favourable climate, we took our first faltering and perhaps naive steps towards promoting racial equality. The context then was, of course, dominated by the need to preserve the hard-won peace agreement. And if I look back with a critical eye, whilst there was a strong emphasis on equality, human rights, and anti-discrimination, I think there were 2 key shortcomings in what we tried to do. Firstly, the agenda tended to be dominated by binary considerations of orange and green. Now, I know that there's an ongoing debate over whether that is still the case, and you heard some views on that earlier this morning. If it is still the case, then I don't seek to try and defend that or excuse it, but I do understand the cause. The roots of our conflict run deep, and I think it's no surprise that they have an enduring effect on the policy agenda. But whatever the case now, I think few would doubt that back in 2000, we just didn't have enough focus on the multidimensional and rapidly evolving nature of the community and society in Northern Ireland. The second shortcoming was that I think our level of ambition was sometimes too low. So we focused on tackling discrimination, but not enough on positively promoting equality of opportunity. We focused on tackling the outward manifestations of racism, but not enough on the underlying causes and the entrenched attitudes. And we sometimes settled for tolerance of diversity instead of striving to embrace and celebrate it. In short, I don't think we had a clear vision back then that every aspect of society, civic, economic, and cultural, is strengthened by diversity and enriched by the unique contributions of people of differing race and ethnicity. But let me assure you, that is very much our vision now. I believe we've come a long way since then, but clearly we still have a long way still to travel. And if I look at the picture today, I firstly want to take a few moments to acknowledge what I see as some of the main achievements of the DARE project since 2017. Some of the numbers speak for themselves. So over 2,600 people have engaged in training and events, and training has been delivered on diversity, good relations, civic leadership, and contentious cultural issues. And you heard some of the practice earlier this morning. And I offer my congratulations to everyone who took part and received their level 2 qualifications. However, there are also other less tangible, but just as valuable benefits beyond the numbers. I know that the first and most important priority for Bryson and Tide's training was to build relationships with all of our different communities in Northern Ireland. This was absolutely critical to the success of the project, as the participants needed to develop good relationships, not only with each other, but with those delivering the project. And the mutual trust and respect of participants had to be the foundation on which the project was built. Another very important element of the project was the establishment of the community champions from BME communities. This was critical to inform the project content, and it also leaves a legacy, as those champions will continue to represent BMA communities. Now, we in the civil service see the value of that concept of champions to increase awareness and provide a greater understanding of the needs and contribution of those whom they represent. And at foot of that, I'm very pleased to say that we now have a racial equality champion in every department of the executive. And I believe that a clear legacy from the DARE project will be that participants will now feel empowered to influence the agenda that I'm involved in setting, and also have the tools and skills to use that influence to get involved in their community and create the change that they and we want to see. I also believe that the work that the executive is doing has been transformed from what it was back in 2000. I want to reiterate the executive's commitment to tackling racial inequalities in Northern Ireland and to ensuring that there is genuine equality of opportunity for all. We all want to see racism and hate crime eradicated and the promotion of good relations across all communities. There are a number of important strands to that work, and I trust that you'll indulge me if I list some of the programs and projects that my team are very proud to deliver. Starting with Together Building a United Community, or TBUC as we usually call it. That strategy sets out the executive's vision for a united community based on equality of opportunity, good relations, and reconciliation. And in the executive office, through all of the work that we deliver and the projects like DARE that we support, we're working to make that vision a reality. And a key element of TBUC is our racial equality strategy. It establishes a framework for government departments and other agencies to tackle racial inequalities, eradicate racism and hate crime, and along with TBUC, to promote good race relations and social cohesion. And we've made good progress in the delivery of the strategy with the establishment of the racial equality champions. And we've also established a racial equality subgroup to function as a clear, strong voice, advising government and others on the issues affecting minority ethnic people, migrants, and race relations. On legislation, we've reviewed the race relations order, and we're now preparing options for enhancing that legislation. And we've also completed some research into the feasibility of introducing ethnic monitoring. We also provide over £1.2 million of funding each year for the Minority Ethnic Development Fund to support voluntary and community organisations working with minority ethnic people and groups. Forgive me for that long list. All of those strategies and policies are, of course, very important. But as I said earlier, this is about people. And there's one particular strand of work that I know the team found particularly rewarding, and that's the Syrian refugee scheme. We're very proud to have welcomed 1,815 refugees from Syria. And as a department, we've heard directly from a number of those people, and their stories have resonated very powerfully with us. And they've directly informed the development of a draft refugee integration strategy, which we'll shortly consult on. I can think of no better example of lived experience having driven the development of policy. The First and Deputy First Ministers have shown their personal commitment to ensuring that all citizens in Northern Ireland are respected in the New Decade, New Approach document. And they have agreed to sponsor and oversee a framework to recognise and celebrate Northern Ireland's diversity of identities and cultures and to accommodate cultural difference. And drawing my remarks to a conclusion, I hope you'll agree with me that our vision, ambition and delivery have come a long way since 2000. And I'm very proud of the work that the team that I have inherited in TEO is doing. But that's tempered by a candid recognition that we still have a great deal to do. And in preparing today, I was reflecting on a conversation a few weeks ago with a key stakeholder about the new programme for government, the development of which is another hat that I wear. And she asked me a question that was at the same time very challenging and very inspiring when she said, when do we stop being newcomers? When someone has made their home here, worked here, raised a family here, when do we stop treating them as outsiders? And I think that's absolutely the right question going forward. To be truly free of racism, to be truly multicultural, we must do more than ensure that needs are met and rights upheld. Doing those things is necessary but not sufficient. We must not define people merely in terms of what we perceive to be their needs. We must look beyond that and see the contribution that they make. Our goal must be to ensure that everyone who lives here feels empowered to contribute to every facet of society, economic, cultural, and civic. Now, that is very challenging, but it can be done. One of the DARE cultural and community champions said, I like the will of the people in Northern Ireland. They're working to build their society, and I feel that I have this opportunity to share in building the society that I have chosen to live in. This is the place I can prove myself and reach my goals. Working well with the community will empower me more. For me, I like to be part of this wonderful active team because I believe in their vision and challenges. Our goal must be to make that lived experience common to everyone in Northern Ireland. In finishing, may I just answer a point that Joe made earlier on about the importance of dialogue and taking the opportunity of that dialogue to inform the development of the programme for government. On behalf of the Executive Office, I welcome that, and the answer is yes, please. Perhaps we could take that up offline and ensure that we build the opportunity for that dialogue in. And may I finish once again simply by congratulating Bryson Kerr, their partners in Tides Training, and the Donegal Intercultural Platform, and all of those who helped deliver this project, and all of those who have taken part. In the few short weeks that I've been in post, your work has inspired me, and I look forward to working with you in the years ahead. Thank you very much.
Chris, we're very grateful, and as someone who's new in the post, I think we appreciate you being so frank and honest about previous performances. I'm sure people will encourage you to never lose that. And very quickly, Andy Lloyd was talking earlier. He was a Welshman and he's going to sing. Do you play that keyboard behind you? Do you want to join his band?
If I were to play that keyboard behind you, I think the symposium would end.
All right, we'll take your word for it. Good luck in your new job. That's Chris Stewart, Director of Strategic Policy, Equality and Good Relations at the Executive Office. We've got literally just a couple of minutes left. Type a few words in the comment box below you. What has stood out for you today or yesterday over the symposium? What is the thing you're going to take with you? Literally, we have 2.5 minutes left. Throw a couple of words down. We'd love to get a sense from you. As you do that, welcome back, Joe. What stood out for you over the last 2 days?
Wow, I think we've had a fantastic 2 days. I think yesterday we set out our stall. I think today we delivered on what we promised, which was to give actual examples, inspirational examples, but possibilities of where we can go next. Absolutely delighted that Chris has invited continuous working with him and his team at the department. But, you know, Judge Lucas and Mary talked about the actual process of restorative practice. But for me, the important thing there was also this idea of leadership within the structures that frame that particular society, and, you know, being able to, I suppose, be mature enough to see where their development needs were, and to bring people like Mary in and others to get that moving forward. And that's a big job and a big ask, and it's a terrific outcome. Eugen made some interesting comments, and I loved his idea of this national conversation led by your Australian equivalent. Maybe it's something you could do through the BBC, Declan.
I will feed that back.
But this idea that Andy talked about small things making a big difference ultimately. So our small conversations rippling out to our bigger conversations can make a difference. And what an aspiration from Andy about, listen, you know, we think we have political difference, and of course we do, but, you know, across the water we also have Tories, Labour, Social Democrats, others, and they've all managed to get together in Leeds and make such a huge difference to children's, can be done, and why not here?
Thank you very much. And thank you very much as well for joining us over the last 2 days. We've heard a lot today from Eugen, Melinda, Andy, George, Lucas, Mary Montague, and of course Chris Stewart there. Your feedback is always welcome, so don't hesitate to contact the team behind the DARE Symposium. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. But that is it. We hope you found it helpful, enlightening, not just to maybe consolidate what you thought you knew, but maybe set you off in a few new directions, and hopefully energize you as well to take this by the scruff of the neck and make the world a bit better for all of us. Again, thank you to the team for pulling this together here at Bryson HQ, and more than anyone else, to the 2,600 people who took part in the dialogue about race and ethnicity. From everybody here, again, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. We're almost at the weekend. Enjoy that as well. And finally to you, Joe.
Well, thank you to you, Declan, for such a job. We thought we were going to be bereft because we couldn't have 200 odd people in a room, but it's been so interactive and so relational, which is a good word. We really appreciate that, so thank you. Thank you to Switch Media, and thank you to everybody who made the whole event possible. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.